Hello! Welcome to the live stream. I hope you're enjoying the cat cam. I had like the entire family was there pretty much just hanging out pre-stream. Like that doesn't happen very often, but I think they timed the cat cam perfectly. So yeah, so tonight we have going on, you probably all already know this because you can read the title of the live stream. We're doing Dungeon Master Q&A, and also we're going to create some villains together with like a little bit of a mini, not like an adventure idea that'll go along with the villain. What I found out last time when we were doing villain creation like a few weeks ago is that like we were creating this villain and it almost begged to have an adventure idea go along with it because of how we were fleshing out these villains. So I have added a little bit on our template to actually add an adventure idea to go along with the villains, and that's what we're going to be doing. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Let's go through first thing I want to do before we jump into all the fun and creation. So by the way, guys, you could start throwing your questions down in chat that the hashtag question. There's like rules. It doesn't show right now, but eventually there will be like the rule here. It's like hashtag and then you got to write question all caps, and then my moderators will put your question into a spreadsheet where I can like find it and stuff. It helps me not lose crap in chat. So yeah, there we go. But before we jump into that, I want to Clement, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Before we jump into that, I want to thank all of my awesome patrons and members. These are the folks that support the channel with like money and crap, and they are awesome. I appreciate everything they do. They also get lots of cool perks as well. They help to choose like they generate ideas for my videos. They get to vote on video ideas. By the way, all of my members, you guys may notice there's all these folks with green names and then like little dragon shells hatching next to their names. These are my YouTube members. And one of the basic benefits they get, which they've probably noticed, is that they get priority in chat because like their names pop out to me, and because, yeah, they're my members, and that's my way of thanking them. So thank you all members, and especially I want to thank these members here, the guys that have their names in red right here. Beoban, Clammed Oyster, Celestea, Joe M, John E, Kurt Y, Mr. Lemon Pie, Patrick C, Sophia W, Son of a Sofa Man, and Theta Tag. So any of you all members who are looking at your names right here, if you want a cool tag, like you can see Son of a Sofa Man or Theta Tag or Clammed Oyster or Mr. Lemon Pie, if you want me to replace your name with something cool, then just contact me. And I have an email and crap like that, and you have access to that. So yeah, that's how you do that. But some folks just don't tell me what they want their name to be, so I just list like their first name or whatever their YouTube thing happens to be. So anyway. Yeah, your membership is down until next week. All that, well, Joe, you gotta like, I don't know how you do your stuff, but it's probably because you do all of your payments manually or something, dude. I don't know how you do that stuff. Joe's also one of my patrons. So, all right, man. Well, I'm glad. Let's see, that was done. That's good. We good. Woo! Back to the full screen. Look at these. Look at these two. What are they doing? What are they doing over here? Oh, this is how it begins. This is how it begins, you guys. It begins with them licking each other and being all friendly, and then start killing each other. So while they are working up to fighting, was it last stream? It was last stream or the stream before where I had to break up a fight. Like it was getting out of control, and I had to lay down the law. These two right here usually play nice together, though. But it was 2 streams ago. Orange was just like going to town on Squirty Pie. It was bad. All right, so let's shout some names out, see who all is kicking around here. I will probably miss a whole lot of names because there's like a lot of people in the stream here. So like if I don't mention your name, don't feel bad. All right. Everblue, what up, dude? How's it going? Tashio's in the house. Thanks, man, for modding. Appreciate that. Cobalt Musketeer, Danny. Hello, Danny. Welcome. I'm glad you didn't have to call in to work today to make the stream. Sedumus. Oh, wow. Some of these names I can't even begin to pronounce, too. So that's going to be a problem for me. I think I saw Overclock 2020 in there. What up, dude? Anita Turner, hello. Guy Farting, reporting for duty. Well, it's a good thing you're not streaming tonight. That would make an... Here, watch. They're starting it. All right. They backed off a little bit. We'll see. They'll go at it again. Duck Luck, hello. Robert Young, what up, dude? Tribal Banana. You're literally doing the Macarena right now. Oh, that's awesome. Was the Macarena playing on like my music? Like I can't hear my music. Like it's not going right now. I stopped it. But like When I have that pre-stream music going, I can't hear it. I mute it on my end. Otherwise, it'll feed back up into my microphone, and you guys will hear some stuff that you don't want to hear. All right. Oh, wow, lots of names. Robert Young, I probably already said some of these names. What up, guys? All right, so we're just going to... Purple Cheese, that's cool. We're just going to loop everybody else. Fire, hello, Fire, what up? We're going to loop everybody else into the category of me apologizing for not having recognized your presence at the live stream. I just like calling out people's names. Purple Cheese, you're a really young DM. Cool. That's awesome, dude. You got to start when you're young, man. Viper Venom, what up, dude? How you doing, man? All right, so we should probably look at some questions. You know, they're disappointing me. The cats are totally disappointing me. They were working themselves up to a little bit of a brawl, and now they're just like, oh, I'm gonna clean. No, let me help you clean your paw. No, don't clean your paw. Let me help you clean it. Oh, that's so, whatever. That's disappointing. All right, let's look at some questions here. If Guapo was a PC, what class would he be? Assuming he would be a tabaxi, what class would Guapo be? He is like he's a scaredy cat, but he's very affectionate. Bard. Guapo is a bard because he is afraid of everything, but he's extremely affectionate. I think, you know what? That describes Nigel super well. Nigel would like always be hitting on every girl NPC in the game and seducing as many as he could. But at the same time, whenever combat broke out, greater invisibility was his go-to spell. Like always until he died. And now he's been replaced by Sebastian. Yeah. So I would say Bard. Bard describes Guapo. So Viper Venom says, would puzzle creation be something you would do on future live streams similar to how you build NPCs? So here's the thing, dude. I suck at puzzle creation, in my opinion. I am not good at it. Maybe other people are. I could see puzzle creation on a live stream going very well and very poorly. So yeah, that's because puzzles is complex. They're complex. They require thinking. They require fine tuning and details and stuff. So we created a puzzle once when we were doing some adventure creation stuff, and I think it went really well. But it could have just been luck. So I don't know. I am very nervous about doing puzzle creation, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm like, I don't know. That could be a fail, you know? So, yeah, we'll see. All right. Danny says, my players won't stop railroading themselves. Okay. How do players railroad themselves? Like, I think by definition, like, so if a player is railroading himself, he's choosing what he wants to do. Therefore, he has free choice, and he has what do you want to call it? Agency. He has his own agency. Okay. Can we make the cells moderators so they wrap around? Can you put text wrapping on the cells, please? Because I can't read the full questions. Thank you. I've already had a talk with them, but they still do it. I mean, like, I don't think I if I'm interpreting your question properly, I don't think there's a problem there. Like, if they're choosing where they're going to go, then I don't see an issue there. And it depends on how you define railroading too, because in my book, railroading is not necessarily only having one quest option. Railroading is when there is only one solution to a problem or a quest. Like, the only solution is to poison the queen. Anything else that you try to do to resolve the conflict will fail. The only one solution is to poison the queen, and you must do that thing. So, yeah, those are thoughts off the top of my head. Thank you for the word wrapping. That's awesome. I don't know, dude. Like, I just don't think the way that I'm interpreting that doesn't seem like a problem to me. I don't know. If I'm railroading the players, if I can give you advice for not railroading the players as a DM. But if they're doing it to themselves, then what are you going to do? I don't know. Feel free to elaborate on your question if I'm not interpreting it properly. Rainier the Conqueror. Is it Conqueror? I can't see his entire name. I'm going to have to make that cell a little bit bigger. Where's that cell? Okay, Rainier the Conqueror. What up? All right, so what are some tactics to respectfully challenge a DM who is ruling against the PHB or understanding rules in general without being a problem player. That's rough, man. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, you gotta obviously gotta talk to him. You know, you might do it one-on-one. You know, and try to, because like if you're challenging him during a game session in front of the group, that could be less likely to be successful. And when I say challenge him, I'm thinking of having a conversation. You might want to do it one-on-one. What would I do? So if I had a DM who was making rules up or not doing them correctly, I would want to bring that to his attention. You know, hey, you know, I've noticed that there are some rules and stuff that, like, you know, you're not doing it from how the PHB says that you should do it. Is that an intentional decision or what's going on there? And try to have a conversation. I don't know, man. At the end of the day, a DM can make the rules whatever he wants them to be. Okay, so he might intentionally be, he might be doing it out of ignorance because he doesn't know, in which case he needs someone potentially to correct him. But there's always that adage of, you know, unwanted or unasked for feedback is unwanted feedback. So there's a, you know, you don't know how he'll take it. There's a risk there in approaching him about that. If he's intentionally like making rules and ruling against it and making up homebrew rules and stuff, like that's a thing. You know, it's within his right as a DM to do that. If he's making up rules that the players don't like, then what you can do is express how you feel about that and that you don't like them, you know, and stuff. You just gotta talk respectfully to him, you know. At the end of the day, he's running the game, so he can do what he wants to do, you know. And I would have a conversation with him if it's unbearable and the rules are horrible and you just can't stand the game. Then there's a clear solution to that too, unfortunately. But yeah, talk to him. You gotta try to talk to him. And you're right about the part about being a problem player. So like, there's gonna come a point where you've talked to him enough times about it, and it becomes very clear that he's not willing to take feedback and he just wants to do his own thing. When you get to that point, if you keep on prodding, then you're probably becoming, from his point of view, a problem player. And you probably need to make the decision at that point. Am I going to just shut up and play the game? Or is it time for me to find a new game? You know? So, yeah, there's some thoughts for you. I don't know how helpful those are. Answered. Lord Dracos says, is it better to have a super powerful big bad, or do your players prefer villains that aren't powerful but use cunning and charm? I would do both. I don't know if one is better than the other, but I think a variety of villains and a variety of things is probably a good thing overall. So I think do both. If you had to pick one over the other, I think that a super powerful big bad is easier to implement for the dungeon master. I think implementing a big bad that uses cunning and charm is much more challenging for a dungeon master. It will take more skill, you know, and you'll have to figure out how exactly you can implement that. So yeah, part of that question is, how do you feel as a dungeon master? Where do you feel comfortable doing that, and how good are you at that sort of stuff? You know, so that's like a non-answer answer for you, I feel, but. Check that box. How do you avoid a TPK? Like, as a dungeon master, it's the easiest thing in the world. You just don't kill him. Okay, so I do have a video on my channel that talks about adjusting the difficulty of an encounter on the fly. So there is a video out there with like lots of different ways that you can adjust the difficulty of an encounter on the fly. Because as a dungeon master, when you see a TPK coming and you want to avoid it, there are techniques you can use to make the encounter not as challenging as it came out to be. You know, you can do simple things like the monsters have fewer hit points, so they die earlier. The monsters, like, there are 5 monsters, 2 of them go down. Well, then the other 3 might decide, I don't want to die, we're going to run away, right? You can do things like have the monsters use subpar tactics. Instead of having a monster so like what players usually do a lot of times, mine do a lot when they can, is they focus fire on one monster. If there's a big monster, everybody team up on him, bring him down as fast as you can. and then they'll just kind of rinse and repeat if they can, if it makes sense to do so, if it's able to. Monsters can do the same thing. Just focus on one PC and bring them down. But if you want to make it easier in your players and you see things that are going bad, then you have your monsters spread the love, spread the attacks around. Don't have your monsters use their most powerful spells. If they can cast 2 cones of cold and they cast 1 and it's not looking good for the players and you don't want them to die, then don't have them cast that 2nd cone of cold. Have them go in there and attack in melee or something. So it's how you role play the monsters. That is how you avoid that TPK. I do not advise fudging dice. I think fudging dice is a lazy man's way to resolve that problem. So I wouldn't. All my dice are in the open before. There's only one die. There are only 2 sets of dice that I roll in secret behind my screen. Mostly my screen is there to cover my notes up. That's what it's really there for. But 2 things I roll behind the screen: random encounter dice, because sometimes the plot and the pacing, either you need a random encounter to spice things up, or you don't want another one because you're trying to get to the next thing, because you can sense that your players are tired of traveling and they just want to get to the quest, or whatever. And so I roll that in secret. And then death saving throws. I roll the death saving throws of my players behind the screen. They don't know what's going on, and the effect that it's have is that they don't know what's going on. When that bard goes down, he could die in 2 rounds. They have no idea. When the players are rolling it out in the open for everyone to see, it's impossible not to metagame. You can't subconsciously not metagame a little bit. Oh, he made 2 successful saving throws. Pfft, he'll be fine. Let's just go take care of these monsters. So it helps my players role play, and stuff. So, and my players like it. They prefer not knowing. They feel that it adds tension and drama when somebody goes down. So those are the 2 things I roll behind the screen. Everything else is right out in the open. It's not like I don't necessarily put it right in the middle of the map so that it's easy to see, but I'm not fudging anything. They're the dice. There they are. And at least 2 of my players are close enough that they can see them at all times. So anyway, that's a rant or something. I don't know. All the cats were on the cat cam before the stream, and now they left. Actually, Guapo is right here. Guapo's down here. See? He's hanging out with me. He's down here rubbing against my legs. Which cat is the barbarian fighter, Joe? The barbarian fighter. Probably Squeaky. Probably Squeaky is the barbarian fighter, I would say, of the bunch. In your opinions, Everblue22 says, in your opinion, should kobolds be added as a viable playable race? They are. They already are. They are in Volo's Guide to Monsters is where you can find them. And they are. They I don't know that they're super great. All of the monster... So the way Wizards is doing a lot of the monster playable races is they have negative modifiers to ability scores. So I think kobolds probably get a negative to strength. A negative 2 to strength or something. So honestly, the playable monster races that are in Volos, I think kind of suck. The ones that I recall looking at, I was just especially Orc. If you compare Orc from Volo's Guide to Monsters, the playable race Orc, to half Orc from the Player's Handbook, no one would ever want to be an Orc. Half Orc is so much better by all metrics. It's why would you be an Orc? They suck compared to half Orcs. So it's a little bit of thought probably was not enough thought or something was put into some of those playable monster races, which is kind of silly because there are so many overpowered things that Wizards introduces, and then you have playable monster races, which could be pretty cool, and I feel like they all got the shaft, and none of them are super spectacular, except for maybe Yuan Ti. I think you could play a pureblood Yuan Ti or something, and I think the what makes that one really good, probably too good, is that they have spell resistance. So saving throws, they have advantage on saving throws for spells and magical effects, which I feel is pretty dang powerful. But they probably get a shaft in other departments. So, hey, somebody has a birthday? Chicken Tender Lover has a birthday? Yay! How old are you, dude? He's she's 90, man. Oh, okay. I'm just looking at the chat now. Keith Sato, what up, dude? Yeah, the players all love rolling dice. So like in that video where I was talking about how I have that's one of my home rules. I have like a top 10 house rules video on my channel. And like I remember seeing at least a few comments where people were like, nobody touches my dice. No dungeon master. You can't take my rules from me. And I'm just like, what? And then, oh no, my friend John was telling me, I think there was a Reddit thread too, where people were just irate about like dungeon masters rolling dice or something when the players should be rolling them or something. And I'm just like, whoa, we all need to take a breather here, okay? It's still a game. But you know how things like that can go on Reddit. So, yeah. I'm not familiar with Eberron orcs, Dr. Dabblittle. I have not seen those at all. I don't have the Eberron book. My friend John has the Eberron book. He likes it a lot. No, wait. No, not the Eberron book. He has the Magic the Gathering book, whatever that one was called. I forget what that one was called. He has that one. I don't know that he has Eberron. He's probably going to get it because Wizards keeps doing this thing where they put stuff for the Dungeon Master and stuff for the players in these books. Because it's a marketing tactic. It's an intelligent marketing tactic. They don't want to just create books that are only for DMs because then they have all of these players that aren't buying the book. And so they are constantly putting stuff for both the players and the DMs in the same books. And so then you have something like Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, which has tons of monsters in it, but also has lots of stuff that players would want. And so that's what they're doing. What's my point? Oh, my point, what I was saying is like, he's probably going to buy the Eberron book, not because he cares about Eberron, but because there are playable races and stuff in it. So yeah. All right, let's do another question here. Danny has another question. Example, they know where the next big place in the story is, and one character is basically forcing the other to do nothing else but get to that area. No exploring, no downtime, skip everything. Okay, so yeah, that's a problem. If the other players want to do some other stuff besides just go to that place, and that one player is just trying to get everybody to go skip ahead and go do that thing, then yeah, the Dungeon Master needs to step in at that point. You basically need to say, well, let's take a time out here, okay? First of all, there's more than one player at this game table that has desires and wants and needs, okay, than just you. And I'm being like all confrontational and aggressive about this, but I wouldn't suggest you talk to your players this way. This is just me, my showmanship, I guess. Exaggerating. But there's more than one player at this game table. Other people want to do other things. Some other people want to take downtime. Some other people want to do whatever. They want to go dink around. Who knows? Okay, but there's more than one person at this game table, and so we need to consider everybody's needs, what all the players would like to do, and we'll get there eventually, okay? But they need to have a say in where this game goes too. So this isn't something you solve in character or in game. This is like a conversation with the players, particularly that player. And I would probably do it offline, away from the game table, one-on-one, and just be like, dude, you got to let them play the game too, okay? You can't just strong arm them into going to the next thing. So have a conversation with that dude for sure, because that's not gonna be cool. One of the things I will tell you, one of the things that I do for my Sword Coast Guard group, for sure, is I have mandatory downtime. Mandatory downtime between every major adventure. They must take a week of downtime, because what I found them doing is they felt like the plot of the story, all of the events that were in motion, all the stuff that Lord Paxton is doing in the game world, they felt like if we take time off, Lord Paxton is going to do something horrible and we're going to get screwed. So they felt that they weren't allowed to take downtime. And it wasn't because they didn't necessarily want to. They felt that the game wouldn't let them. The plot and the story and everything wouldn't let them. And so I said, you know what? We're doing mandatory downtime now. After every major adventure, you guys are going to take a week of downtime, and that allows the wizard to go make some scrolls. This guy can buy a magic item or sell a magic item, and you guys can do stuff that you find interesting. It doesn't take very long at the game table. I try to limit it to a half an hour at most. We certainly don't take an entire friggin' game session with downtime activity. That's so... Well, I don't know. Some people might like that. I find that boring, but that's just me personally. And my players, it's like the meat of the adventure. The meat of the game is in the adventures, the dungeon delving, the exploring, the puzzles, the traps, the combats and stuff. Downtime is like a side activity. It's fun to do a little bit, here and there, progress some things that you're working on the side, but it's not like the spotlight is not downtime. Anyway, that's not the point. Point is, Danny, all I was saying is that I have mandatory downtime for my Sword Coast Guard group for the reasons I've already stated. So you might consider doing something like that. If you feel that, especially if you feel it, talk to the player first, but mandatory downtime that allows the other players to do things they want to do might not be a bad idea either. So, I will always make the game progress, even if they don't care. Absolutely. Yes, that's it. Yes, they think that there will always be consequences in the game world based on their actions, and they know that there will be. Like, there was this one time where they chose, there were 2 quests. I put them in this conundrum on purpose. I gave them a moral dilemma on purpose. There were 2 quests. One of them was there was a dragon that had just destroyed a village. Was it the dragon destroyed a village? No, the dragon destroyed their castle. And then there was some giants that were on the march. There was an army of frost giants marching toward a village. And then there was a dragon that destroyed an ice dragon, a white dragon that destroyed a castle. And they basically had to choose, which one are we going to do? This dragon is going to go on destroying things. These giants are marching toward a village and going to destroy it. They had to choose which one to do. They chose to go to the dragon first and take care of the dragon. As a result, those giants arrived at the village and destroyed the entire village. That village perished, because they went to the dragon first. Now, if they had gone to stop the giants first, you're dang right that dragon would have done something horrible. I was giving them like an ethical dilemma. There was no correct choice, Sometimes there isn't one, And so that was just like, I don't always do that. But that was one instance where I was like, yep, there are choices to be made and there are consequences in the game world and you got to choose your poison, But yeah, my players definitely have this sense of feeling that like they, what do you want to call it? The clock is always ticking, stuff is always progressing, their choices matter, it's a living world, make smart decisions and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't use that conundrum too often, Danny. Like in the case that I did it, like giving them choices is great, right? In the case that I did it, they were pretty much screwed no matter which one they choose. I wouldn't necessarily advise that very often, okay? Like, don't just put them in no-win situations. I did it that once for a reason. I don't do that very much at all, okay? But I did it once because, okay. But you can't do that all the time because then then they feel like, oh, no matter what we do, we're screwed. We're going to lose one way or the other, so it doesn't matter. So you can't do that too often. And you never tell them that you do that either. You never tell them that, like, that was the case. You let them just think, oh, we should have been faster. Oh, crap, we should have chosen the giants first. You know what I mean? You never tell them. You never roll back the screen. You never reveal those secrets to them. You go tell a friend. Go tell your sister, your brother, your mom. I don't care. Don't tell your players that because it takes away that mystery. It takes away that excitement and that fun from them. Like, don't discuss things that happen behind the screen and your planning and stuff with your players because they want to know. They will ask you. They will be like, we want to know, we want to understand and stuff. You don't tell them. It's like black box territory, because you kind of ruin the fun a little bit if they know that stuff, Of course, I have a crappy situation because like I talk about these things and my players could be like watching this stream or something, and now it's like, well, nothing I can do about it, except for like ban them from my channel. All right, Jack of Hearts, I got you. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Let's see what Mr. Hearts said. You should make an Italian bad named Lombardi. All right, you got it, man. Stand by. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up my standby. I just need to pull up my. I'm gonna literally put this right now in the sheet that we're gonna use tonight to create our stuff. Because if I don't, I'm going to forget about it. And then you're going to be like, dude, I gave you money and you did not make my Italian bad. He might not be Italian, dude, because like, Italians exist in the real world, but not in fantasy worlds, generally speaking. So, all right, there we go. All right, I have it written down, so it shall not be forgotten. No, you cannot destroy a fortress using carbonated diet soda and Mentos. Good try though. A bard? Oh, an Italian bard. Oh, okay. he's like, no, here's $2 more. Make sure it's a bard, not a bad. he's like, that was an expensive typo. Cost me twice as much to fix that typo. Pasta loving human. Oh, pasta. Hey, thanks for subscribing, KM. Appreciate that. Wayne Bowser Jr. What up, dude? Screw Mario. Why Mario? Oh, because Mario was fun, dude. I grew up, like, that was one of the first video games I ever played. No, it wasn't. The first video games, my dad bought one of those Ataris. So there was like an Atari 2600 that was kind of a big console. He had the very first Atari that was like the very first type of Atari that came out. It had like one controller with like a joystick and a button right there. That's it. You know, so you're like, you know what I mean? So yeah, that was the first. KM, I'm glad you like the videos, man. So that was like the first video games I played. My dad bought that thing when I was like middle school or something. I don't know when that came out. Yeah, that was really cool. That was lots of fun. Pitfall, yes, we loved Pitfall. We never got very far in it. Like I was not very good at video games, you know, like. And when we had like the Super NES, I'd have like the Game Genie with all the cheats and stuff. You know, I'm not super good at video games. And so Atari was a hard video game platform to play, you know. And I would always be like, why is there no ending? When does this end? And I don't think I understood that most of those games had no ending. The whole point was just racking up a score and getting the highest score you could. I was always just like, there's no end to this game. You just, Pitfall, you just keep going from screen to screen. How do you get through the jungle? Penguin Butt, what up, dude? Would you as a DM allow Medusa's head to still have the stone magic? Sure. Yeah. I would probably do something like this, though. I would have it dissipate over time. If they have something that can turn people to stone, and it always works, that's pretty powerful. So do something where over the course of a week or something, it slowly gets less and less powerful, and then maybe the DC goes down little by little until it doesn't really work anymore. You know what I mean? But I think it's a cool idea. If your players have that idea, I think that's cool. Make sure you put some limits on it so that it's not susceptible to abuse and becomes too overpowered and all that kind of stuff. All right. Let's see. Oh, we got some member questions. Let me hook my members up. Verlords Rocks and Andrew Orr. All right, I'm on it. What the heck? All right. What are your thoughts about Hero Forge products and their soon release of multicolor minis that don't need to be painted? You know what, dude? I think that it's cool. I think that what they do, lots of people love their crap because they create custom miniatures that you can get for your players. And I think that lots of people don't want to paint minis, and they probably, the cheap China painted minis are poorly painted. So I'm hoping that the ones they're coming out with like have really good colors and stuff. You know, I mean, I don't know. As a dungeon master, Hero Forge doesn't help me at all because I need so many minis for all of my monsters. There's no way that I'm paying those prices. No way at all. But for players who just want one miniature of their character, I can see paying. Some players might pay that $30 or whatever it is to get your miniature. The DM, not gonna happen. But I can definitely see that, you know, it's cool. Yeah, for players. For DMs, you got to look at bulk though. You got to look at how to get as many minis as possible. And Hero Forge is that'll bleed you dry. You'll be broke. Yes, Wayne, I prefer painting minis myself. I am like a mini painting snob. I am not good. In my opinion, I'm not super good at painting minis. Like, I look at other people's minis that they post on Instagram and stuff, and I'm just like, how do you do that? You know? So, like, I don't consider myself to be very good at it. However, I do have deep respect for people who paint their own minis. And I honestly look down on, like, the cheap China painted ones. They have, like, 2 colors or 3 colors. I'm just like, ugh. Why would you know, ugh. So I'm also kind of snobbish about bases on minis. Like, so there are minis that, like, you know, they just have the black bases, no terrain, nothing on them, just the black base. And it's like, you didn't really finish your mini, did you? Like, put a base on that crap. So, like, yeah, this is just, like, my little thing, you know. It's probably unwarranted and, like, you know, whatever. But like, I like, even if you paint a mini and it's not even well painted, respect. Because dang it, you took the time to paint that mini yourself. And you didn't just throw money at the problem. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely respect people who paint their own minis. Everybody's like, well, I just buy them painted, so you disrespect me? No, don't twist my words. That's like... Oh, what was this? What happened over here? Yeah, gravy. All right. Ooh, Rainer the Conqueror. What is the best snack a player brought to your table to share? I'm going to tell you what, dude. I had a player that would bring adult beverages for me every game session, and that was really cool. I would love it if my Sword Coast Guard groups would invite me to pizza every week as a way to thank me for being their dungeon master for like 4 years. That would be really cool if any of you were listening. I don't know, man. I think pizza. I really like pizza, so I'm cool with pizza. All right, I think I had another question. Andrew Orr says, what is your opinion on campaigns based off things such as movies, shows, anime, video games, etc.? Okay, like, I don't think that there's a problem with it. I think that if you're, so like, I would try to, pick something obscure maybe. Pick something that your players don't all know. If you try to create, like, everybody knows Lord of the Rings. Let's assume that everybody knows Lord of the Rings. It's very, very popular, movies, books, etc. If you run a campaign that's basically a copy of Lord of the Rings plot and stuff, then, like, I think your players are going to be like, dude, we already know everything that's gonna happen and stuff like that. This plot is familiar. We know what's going on here. I think that if they know the book or the anime, the movie or whatever, then like if the whole thing is copied from it, then it's just too obvious. And I don't know that will be a satisfying game experience. However, if it's something obscure that they don't know, then they have no idea. That could be really cool. And you could get inspiration from that. Or you can cherry pick from lots of different things and take elements from different movies and books and stuff. So those are some thoughts for you. I don't think it's not in and of itself bad, but I think there are some caveats to that and some things to watch out for to make sure you implement it well. I don't know how to pronounce your name. There are far too many consonants in there, but it's Hishishif LP, Hiffish, Highfish. Okay, I got it. I think. So, what's your opinion on DMs homebrewing everything? I'm talking discarding all systems and creating their own. Okay, so first of all, if you're homebrewing everything, you're no longer playing Dungeons and Dragons, and you're no longer technically can call yourself a dungeon master. You're like a game master because you're no longer playing D&D. Like Dungeons and Dragons is like the game where you can call yourself a dungeon master. So you're a game master at that point because you just threw out everything and you're doing everything yourself. So like, I don't know that everybody in the world is super great at game design. Like, there are professionals doing game design. And I'm pretty sure you can study game design in colleges. You might even be able to get degrees in, like, game design and game theory and stuff like that. I'm fairly certain that exists. So, if there is a dungeon master who has all of that study, learning, and knowledge, and he's designing his own games and stuff at like the professional level, then like those might be really cool. Those might be lots of fun. But the random Joe who just like decides to throw out the professionally designed game system and design his own, I don't know. It might be good. It might utterly fail. I don't know. It just depends on the person and how good they are and how skilled they are. I can tell you this though, like, if you walk in and you're like, okay, here's the game rules, guys, and it's like this big, thick tome that they have to read, I don't know how successful that pitch will be to your players. It's kind of like the dungeon master who's like, we're playing D&D, but I have 100 pages of homebrew rules that we're going to use. And the players are just like, dude, come on, man. You want us to learn 100 pages of homebrew rules? I'm planning on doing, I have a video queued up on my channel about I think it's like the pitfalls of homebrew rules. And like one pitfall is homebrewing way too much and going way overboard with like everything. and not like, there needs to be a point where you're weighing the balance. There's like a, it's a cost benefit analysis where you're like, what's the benefit that I'm getting from homebrewing this rule, and is it worth the cost? So I'm adding a rule to do X thing, which is going to add an additional rule to the game. Is that additional rule a overall increase in fun that warrants the fact that now we have to keep track of another rule and use another rule? Like, is it worth it? So there are some thoughts. I don't know. I homebrew very few things, to be honest with you. I don't have a lot of homebrew stuff that I do. Not where I'm actually changing, like, game rules. You know what I mean? Like, actual game rules. Lord Var! Hello, dude! Tomorrow is going to be your first time being the DM. You are very welcome for the tips, dude. Good luck, man. Let us know. Let me know how it goes and stuff. Join me on Discord. So, like, dude, Lord Var, if you're not in Discord, join us on Discord. There's a link down in the description of this video. Anybody in chat who's not joined our Discord, you should join, because it's all about Dungeon Masters, helping each other out, giving each other advice and stuff like that. So, link down in the description. Join our Discord. And then let me know how your game goes, dude. Yes, John Osborne, I totally agree with you. Does the new rule slow down gameplay? That's one of the first questions. Absolutely. Because, like, dude, some parts of the game are slow enough. Like, do we really need more combat rules? Do we really want combat to be slower than it already is? Like, do we need that? Do we need to roll on fumble tables and slow things down? Do we need that? Do we need to roll on this, that, and the other? Do we really need to think of rules that apply to every situation possible in combat? Or can we just, do something else? I don't know. But yeah, too many rules and slowing things down. If you want, like, a game set where, like, I think Hackmaster is a game set. My understanding, never played it, but I've heard about it, is, like, lots of rules, lots of tables for, like, everything, to try to, yeah. But it's probably, I'm going to guess the game is slower based upon having all those rules. Do we really want 4E? Yeah. Danny, the thing with 4E is that, like, I feel like, yes, Danny Arriaga, villain creation is going to be roughly at 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. I usually do 2 hours of the questions and answers and just, like, bullcrapping around. And then we do the villain creation. So, like, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time is when that'll start. Can I say happy birthday? Happy birthday! We already had one happy birthday. Chicken Tender Lover, happy birthday. Who else had a birthday? Is it just Chicken Tender Lover? I said happy birthday once, man. I was like, happy birthday, dude. I want some chicken nuggets. No, I don't. Chicken nuggets are horrible. That's like they take everything left over from the chicken, like the bones and, like, the sinew and crap, and, like, this is my understanding. I could be wrong. And they just grind it all up into, like, this paste that they call chicken nuggets. So I don't think most people probably want to eat that. But chicken strips are much better. Yes, Rojo. I agree. Rojo? I called you Rojo. Ro-H. Sorry. All right. Let's do another one here. I got this one. Danny Laurson. How do you feel about human feats being so OP compared to other races? Yeah, that's the thing. So the alternate human that starts with a feat is very powerful, which is why lots of people pick human and get that free feat. What I argue is that, like, if the dungeon master makes good use of light sources in the game and the fact that humans can't see in the dark, I think that is the equalizer. So if humans can't see in the dark but other races can, and then the human always has to have a torch or a light source, that right there, a torch or a light source in a dark dungeon with monsters that see in the dark, is a giveaway that the party is there. And it gives your location away to people from way far off. It alerts monsters. It's hard to sneak around. In my Ancient Dragon campaign, for my patrons, they routinely have to put out the light so that they can sneak up on monsters, and then one of the players is, like, in the dark kind of fumbling around, and so I feel like not being able to see in the dark is a pretty big equalizer, and if the DM uses that effectively, then that makes a really good reason to not be a human. So it's like if you want to just get your free feat, then there's a trade-off for that, you know. All right, Sir Vic. Since there are no spellcasting goblins in the monster manual, what do you think of taking the kobold mages and just making them into goblins? Forgot the hash. Yeah, sure, you can do that. You can also just take an NPC stat block, like at the end of Volo's Guide to Monsters, there is an apprentice wizard, I believe. You could just take that apprentice wizard stat block and flop it over a goblin, you know, or just take like the spells that apprentice wizard can cast and give them to a goblin. And now the goblin can cast those spells. If the challenge rating is more or less the same between a goblin and that apprentice wizard, which I'm pretty sure they are, then it's not going to change anything, and they could just take those. Or you could just give the goblin some basic spells. Give him a couple cantrips. Give him one first level spell, you know, magic missile or something. You could just give them to him, and it's as long as you're not giving all of your goblins those things, you're just giving one goblin that because he's the magic user in the group, then, you know, you're not changing a whole lot. My point is that you don't have to make things like super complicated. You know, you can cast some spells. Here you go. And let's determine what the DC is. Let's determine, like, you know, what your attack modifier is if you cast, like, you know, whatever flame spell that needs to roll an attack roll or something. What is it called? Flame touch? Not flame touch. Flame sphere? Flame something? Flame bolt? Firebolt? Firebolt! Is it firebolt? I think it's firebolt. There we go. We got 90 questions on the sheet already. That's crazy. It's a novel. It's like a novel of questions. Jeff Cobb says, have you ever run a campaign with, instead of one big bad, having a whole group of big bads that have been running things? I don't think I have. My big bads usually have lieutenants that are below them, but you certainly could run them with a whole group of big bads running things. It's like a coalition or something. You could certainly do that. TrueMate says, how do you feel about a good party with one evil player or the reverse? I think that is a recipe for disaster. If that evil player is actually, well, it depends on how he role plays it. I've had one player play an evil player before, an evil character before. He was lawful evil, and it worked really well. Here's the question, you know, like, is he playing that evil player with a couple premises? So, for instance, I tell all of my players, before they create characters, there are 2 requirements to your character. One is that they are willing to adventure in the group and go on group missions. Don't make a solo character who wants to go off and do his own thing. That's the first requirement to make your character. Second requirement, he must have a reason not only to stick with the group, but also to go on the missions and to do these things. So he needs to have motivations. I'm not going to motivate him. Don't come to me with a guy that I need to try to motivate. You create a character who is already motivated to go on. If we decided to run Curse of Strahd, then he's willing to stick with the group and run that module and not decide to, like, be a blacksmith in Barovia or something. So come to the group with those 2 things. If you have a player who wants to play an evil player, an evil character, and he's like, yes, I'll stick with the group and I will run missions with the group. I'm evil. These are my motives, but my motives will drive me to stick with the group and go on the missions, and I'll be evil, right? That could work. That could work if all of that happens. However, if you have a player playing an evil guy who's like backstabbing people in the group, stealing from them and stuff like that, going around killing people in the game and stuff, what's going to happen is, like, it could easily create tension in your players, among your players at your table. It could create problems in the game world. At some point, the players might even ask the players' characters might be like, you know what, this guy's evil. We're not going to adventure with him. Why would we adventure with him? He's doing all these bad things. So there could be a whole slew of problems that result from this. So there is very much, you need to be careful with that. There's like danger written all over that combination. Okay, I have seen it once work out well in my groups. Yeah, but I've had it work out very poorly too. You know, like I had one player come in who was playing a rogue, and the rogue was sneaking ahead, finding the loot and keeping it for himself and not sharing with people. Pissed players off. Like legitimately. Like, what the heck? You know, he's like keeping loot from us. They were upset out of the game. It's like, you know, so like you need to consider group dynamics and stuff like that. And so since I like the people that I play with, like we're friends now, but we start out as strangers. It's very important always to consider group dynamics and how is something going to work at the game table. It might seem like a really cool idea, but like if players don't like it and they're getting upset and they take things personally or it just doesn't work, then always got to consider group dynamics. Because if your players all get pissed at each other and they don't want to play together anymore, you no longer have a D&D game. So it doesn't matter how cool your idea was of having an evil player or an evil character, you're not playing D&D anymore because everybody just got pissed at each other. So that's something to think about. So Lucas Villanueva, that's my name, not the Villanueva, the Lucas part. Says, how much detail do you put into your stories? Should I plan a lot or try to be flexible? I just ran out of coffee. I'm gonna have to get some more coffee. I would say that I don't plan too much in my stories. I plan my adventures very carefully. Like when I design one single adventure, I put a lot of work into designing an adventure. The overall story and plot line, that's kind of loose. I don't develop a whole lot into it because the bottom line, I think part of it is like I don't know what the players are going to end up doing. Like I have this whole Lord Paxton thing, you know, and it's loosely developed. But like, what if at level 5, you know, they could decide to go do something else potentially, you know, or they could just say, hey, Luke, you know, we appreciate you running the game and stuff, but we're not really having fun with this Lord Paxton plotline. Would it be possible for us to like run Curse of Strahd or something, you know, or just do a different homebrew? And, you know, I might just be like, oh, okay, sure. Now, if I had planned too much stuff out and lots of detail, it's going to be really hard for me to be flexible according to where the game goes. But if I have things kind of loose, then I can be more flexible, you know. But I definitely plan the crap out of individual adventures that I know the players are going to go on. So, Danny, thank you. She's like, here's some money. I haven't given you anything. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Yeah, don't repeat questions, folks. You repeat questions, my moderators are going to be like, ah! I've actually told my moderators that if you got somebody who is spamming a question, do not put the question in the sheet. Like, I don't want to answer spammers. So, like, yeah, if you spam, then that'll actually get you the opposite of what you want. My moderators are getting all the questions, and they're going into a spreadsheet, and there's almost 100 of them now. And the way this goes, folks, is like I can't answer them all. So I will do the best I can. You know, obviously, super chats get you to the front of the line. But beyond that, like, I'll just do the best I can. And I'm long-winded, and I go on tangents. And that does not play in your favor. I acknowledge that, and I apologize. Robert Young says, how many levels of lieutenants do you go with before you're ready to introduce your true big bad? It depends on how far I want the campaign to go. Like, what level do I want to take it to? If I'm running a campaign that ends at level 10, then there's going to be 9 lieutenants because they're going to work their way up to him or something, you know? Or there might only be 5 lieutenants, and they only take the lieutenants out at certain points. There's no set answer to this, Robert. It's whatever you want to do. I usually have a lieutenant as a boss of each big adventure they go on. Yeah, that's my answer. Danny Lawson, thank you, sir, for becoming a Wormling Dragon. I appreciate it. Supporting the channel. That's a bad question. Okay. I'm going to get some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. You can watch the cat cam while I get coffee. Squeaky. No, that's Guapo. That's Guapo. All right. Oh, he's rolling. Look at, he's rolling. He's rolling around. Guapo. Guapo. That's what he does. He rolls around because he wants me to rub his belly. He's like, look at my belly. Rub my belly. Rub my belly. That's adorable. All right, I got Cameron, thank you, sir, for $2. Appreciate it. You are very welcome. So you don't like the canned meat Spam. Oh, you know, Overlord rocks. I think I had Spam for the first time when I was traveling down in Central America, and I didn't know what it was. It was none of the people I was traveling with knew it. We were staying at we were missionaries down there, and we were staying at like a host family's house, and they were just serving us food, and we're eating like eggs and some sort of like meat or something. I don't know what it was, and we're eating it. And we're just like, what is this? What is this? And we're like, that might be Spam. Like, I think that's Spam. It might have been Spam. I don't know what it was to this day. But I think it was probably Spam. And I think it was pretty good. It was super salty, though. Man, it was super salty. Bring us Guapo! Guapo's off camera now. He's down by my feet. He's like rubbing against my feet and stuff. Yeah, Guapo's awesome. Tashio's cat is not a fan of belly rubs, but he keeps rolling on his back. Oh, yeah. Guapo loves his belly rubbed. A lot of cats don't, though, because the belly is a very sensitive, like, place, you know, so they're just like, you know. Woo, that's warm. All right. Lord Dracos. Is it okay to protect weak villains with dungeons, traps, and puzzles? Or do you think that working through all of that would make a weak fight anticlimactic? No, not necessarily. I think it's okay. Like it's almost kind of like, you know, they fight through all of these crazy encounters, the traps and the puzzles, and they get to like this little kobold who's just like the mastermind behind it all, and he's like, I give up. And it's over, and they're just like, oh my gosh. And they take him, and it's over. But the point there is, like, you know, the whole dungeon was a grinder, and then they get to the boss, and the boss is just like this wussy, like, but the boss's forte was not, I'm strong in battle. The boss's forte was, I created an entire elaborate dungeon to protect me because I am weak, you know? So I don't think there's anything problematic with that. It's like most things in life. Variety is the spice of life, right? So a variety of things, doing that once in a while could be lots of fun. If you do it all the time, it gets old, you know? Like moderators, like, you don't have to copy stupid questions into the spreadsheet. Like, if you see a question that's just like, and you're just like, don't bother. I'm reading some of these questions. I'm just like, all right. Javkov says, is it okay to have a big bad as a coward that hides behind all the minions? Yes, I think I just kind of answered that to a certain extent. So yes, I think that would be fine. Especially if he's a mastermind type villain. If he's like a mastermind villain, then he's probably not super powerful in and of himself, and he is going to use others to do his dirty work and protect him and stuff like that. Rainier has a cat called Dimitri. He hates belly rubs, but loves getting his tail pulled. Oh, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, he's very weird. Would you say Strahd is a better villain than Xanathar from Waterdeep? I'm not super familiar. I mean, I know Xanathar from Waterdeep, like the Beholder dude and stuff like that. Strahd's probably a better villain, yes. That's my gut reaction. I'm not going to justify it. I'm just going to say yes. Tabletop Bard. Recently, my players were disappointed by the timely escape of a villain. Do you have a strategy you employ to handle disappointment or player expectations that don't materialize? Not really. Deal with it. Like, if the villain got away, the villain got away. I mean, if it was fair and square and you didn't, like, you know, pull some DM bullcrap out and just have him get away because it was a plot point where he gets away, but he legitimately escaped. My villains try to escape all the time. My monsters try to escape all the time. Usually doesn't happen because it's hard, but they try. No. If players are disappointed from time to time, I try to think, okay, am I constantly disappointing my players, or is there a general trend toward people having lots of fun and loving the game and being super excited and stuff like that? And every so often there's a little bit of disappointment. I can deal with that, you know, because not everything is going to go their way. They're not going to get everything that they want. That magic sword isn't going to turn out to be Vorpal every single time. And if they're disappointed about some of these things, well, that's life. You can deal with it. Now, if they're constantly disappointed about everything in the game, then I'm going to start asking, am I doing something wrong? Am I not running a fun game? Or are my players like special snowflakes or something? Or I don't know. You know, so yeah, a little bit of disappointment. I wouldn't worry about it. You know, if you're constantly letting them down or something, then you might want to have some introspection, you know, and think about how you're running the game. Gabriel Justice says, do you use diseases? I'm going to drop a nasty one on my players. If no, why? Given D&D diseases are well, very weak and easy to deal with. I don't. I see no reason. I think I probably don't because I just never think of it. I never thought of it, and I've never actually tried to implement something cool, you know? So I don't have a good reason besides not doing it. If you can figure out a cool way to do it, then rock and roll, man. Could we do a disease creation live stream? That's a possibility. I could see that working, Andrew. What? My cat's down here. He's complaining because I'm not petting him. Everblue says, should players be able to play lycanthropes? No, that's too powerful. It's too powerful. You got to balance their power somehow. They're just too powerful. You got to make a playable class of a lycanthrope where you take away like their immunity. Lycanthropes are immune to damage unless it comes from like silver weapons or magical weapons. I mean, that's pretty powerful. So yeah, that's rough, dude. Oh yeah, you want to do a cat trap? Okay, let's do something. All right, Steph Boz says cat trap cam. Yes, so let's go to our cat cam. All right, we're gonna see if we can get a cat convention. I have like these snacks. Yeah, they're coming. They know what this is. Quickie, snack time. I'm gonna put some in the box too. There we go. We're gonna have a little convention. Cat convention time. Give them some food. I actually bought another one of them, a fresh one too, so we can have an occasional cat convention. Yes, Brosado, we are going to, whatever we make today in the villain creation part of it will be uploaded and available for everybody to download for free. Yes. That's why they're chonkers. Yes, Danny. Look at, there's Squirty Pie, she's going in the box. Catvention, she's going in the box. But she's not like, oh, look at, now they're like, whoa, there's food in there? Whoa. Guapo's like, wait a second, let me check that out. Oh yeah, food. Where's the rest of them? Like, there are two more that should be coming over here. Yeah, that's cool. KD says, I have a Rakshasa Big Bad and can't find a way to use detect thoughts to the full extent. Because I feel it's way too obvious to just ask my players. How would you go about using it on your players? Oh, wow. That is interesting. I don't know. You would have to ask them somehow. You would have to, like, ask them what their players are thinking, or have them write it on a piece of paper or something. I don't see a way around it. I think you have to ask them. Yeah, that's crazy. It would require them to not metagame, for sure. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you. You got to ask them somehow. I don't see another way to do it besides asking them, one way or the other. You know, and it's obvious to the players, but it's not obvious to their characters, and so you just have to. You would basically have to tell them not to metagame. Ask them not to metagame. You know. I don't have a good answer for you. I can see the dilemma though. Nathan Parker says, what is your favorite villain that you've played against or ran? I don't know. I'm not a player very often, so I don't think I have one that I've played against that I think is favorite. As far as the villain that I've ran, I mean, I'm having tons of fun with Lord Paxton right now, so I'm probably going to have to say Lord Paxton. That's going to be my answer. By the way, like, if you want to watch, so like, I have another YouTube channel called the DM Lair Streams. There's a link down in the description to it. And all of my Sword Coast Guard groups, all of the games from my Sword Coast Guard get put onto that second YouTube channel. So if you want to watch us play D&D, you can go over to that channel and check it out as well. We're not putting on a show. It's just a bunch of guys playing D&D. So, like, don't expect, like, the height of entertainment while they're, like, really jumping in that box. All right. Tudor. Wow. Dude, I don't know if I can say your last name. Sismariscu. Says, how would you deal with players who don't want to loot corpses? I have 2 players whose characters wouldn't steal off dead enemies. My 3rd player really wants the party to loot more. I mean, like, if those 2 players don't want to steal off dead enemies, fine, they don't have to. But the other player can. There's nothing stopping him. Unless, like, Nate M, thank you for subscribing, appreciate it. Unless they're stopping the 3rd player from looting. In which case, because of roleplay reasons, like, it's not right to steal from the dead or something like that. You know? First of all, I don't put a ton of loot on monsters to begin with. Most of the loot is going to be found elsewhere, hidden away in, like, a treasure cache, in a vault, or, you know, hidden in an empty bedpost leg or something. So that's something I wouldn't worry about it a whole lot, because I know that they're missing a little bit of loot, but not that much, so I don't really care. But if you typically put lots of loot on the corpses and they have a group thing where they don't loot corpses, then I don't think I would have a problem with just still having there be some loose change on monsters and stuff, but putting most of the important loot in a chest or something, you know, where they would find it. And then they could loot from the chest if it has to do with a dead character. If they don't want to loot anything from a dungeon, these are really weird adventurers who are like, we're leaving all of the gold behind and we're not going to take any of it with us. At some point, if they don't take any of the loot because they refuse to loot it from the dungeons, then they're going to probably struggle in the game. You might consider having your NPC quest givers give out larger rewards or something. Have them give out the loot and thank you for doing the quest. So I think there are a few things you can try. There's a part of me that just doesn't want to change anything, though. Like, the game is what it is. The enemies have loot on them. If you don't want to take it, that's your choice. The loot in the chest over there hidden away, if you don't want to steal it and you want to let it sit there, that's your choice. And you guys aren't going to get any loot, you know. However, you have a game, you also have like a group dynamics thing going on, you know, where the one player is kind of getting the shaft. The other 2 players don't want the loot, but the one does. So it's a tricky situation. But there's a part of me that just is like, whatever. You guys want to leave it behind? Leave it behind. I don't know. That's like part of me that says that. All right, the cat convention is over. They're now just licking their paws from eating all the beautiful snacks. Finn. Oh wow, we got lots of member questions. Let's hook some of these guys up. Stephen Harris, one of our members, says, how do you feel about abstracting out combats into skill challenges? In tonight's session, the party found a lot of wolves waiting in town to eat the residents. Decided to skip the grind. I think so. I do a thing where sometimes there are combats that are like pretty easy and my players are going to win no matter what. And I just turn it into a narrative thing where I just have us narratively describe what we're doing in the combat and what happens in the combat. I don't make us play it out if it's a foregone conclusion. I think from time to time, using a different mechanic to resolve a combat is fine. So if you want to do a skill challenge to resolve some of the easy combats or just to make them go faster or something, I think doing that from time to time could be fine. I'd ask your players about it. If they like doing it or they prefer playing it out at the table, because there are lots of players who love tactical combat, and I'm one of them. So like So I think my point of view, once in a while, yeah. But also consider what your players want to do. For instance, in all honesty, if I were in a game where the dungeon master said, you know what, we're not going to do tactical combat, we're just going to do skill challenges for all combat, I would probably bounce, because that may not be a very fun game for me, because I love the combat and the tactical combat and stuff like that. So consider what your players enjoy as well, and ask them. That's what I would say. From time to time, though, absolutely. Doing something cool like that could be cool. Rainier the Conqueror says, do you use any third-party supplements for 5th edition or have tested any that you like? No, I don't really use any third-party supplements for 5th edition. I've read one of them and wasn't super impressed, and I don't think... Who's messaging me and making my phone beep? I'm going to have to my wife. She might have something to say. I'm going to respond to her. What was I saying? What was the question? Where was the question? Oh, third-party supplement. So there was a third-party supplement that I read a little bit of it. I wasn't super impressed, and I was just like, meh. The thing is like, if I'm going to use an additional supplement, especially a third-party one, I'm introducing more rules and stuff into the game that my players are going to have to follow and use, and I'm going to have to follow and use. And so there's always that consideration of, what's the trade-off? Is it worth it, of using it or not? And am I going to, if I'm introducing new rules into the mix, how are my players going to get access to it? Are they going to borrow my book? Am I going to give them summaries or something? So I don't know. I am perfectly content so far sticking with the official published stuff, and I have not felt a need to go to third-party stuff at all. But that's just me personally. I try to keep things very simple. And I have all of these books. I have Curse of Strahd, I have Ghosts of Salt Marsh, I have tons of these books that I buy and then I never have time to read them and never have time to use them. And so yeah, if I can't even read through and use the official stuff, then third-party stuff is probably off the table for me. All right. Danny Lawson says, do you think Changeling could use a buff or racial feat depending on its parent? Not familiar with Changeling. I'm not familiar with that class, so I'm sorry. I don't really have an answer to that. What book is that in or something? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to abstain from answering because I'm not familiar with that. It lies outside of my wheelhouse. Danny Arriaga says, any tips, ideas or tips on dropping hints, clues, or leads to the next step in the storyline, or if that's even needed? Yeah. So, like, you gotta give them something. You definitely gotta give them something. I don't know if, like, I have any ideas or tips on it. You just gotta give them a little something. Something that sends them to the next step in the storyline. A lot of times what I like to do for, like, my Sword Coast Guard group is they come across letters from Lord Paxton to his lieutenants. Like, most of the quests, they are attacking. They're basically, at the end of the quest, they end up defeating one of the lieutenants of Lord Paxton. And Lord Paxton has been in communication with his lieutenants. And so they'll find, like, letters and journals and stuff that will give them tips and hints about another lieutenant that's over here that they might have to go and take care of. Or it'll be a letter from Lord Paxton revealing what he's going to do next, and for them to go assist in this thing. And that tells them what to do. I've had them come across a map before that literally had the locations of some orc encampments they needed to take out. And so those are things that I'll consider putting at the end of an adventure for my players to find that will lead them to the next adventure. But yes, you're absolutely, you always want to be thinking about how are they going to get to the next quest? How am I going to, like, put that in the game and have them foreshadow it, or have them find a tip or a link or something that takes them there. So yes, you got to be thinking about that. So those are a couple ways that I do it. You can always just have NPC quest givers. There could be, like, you know, the Lord of Waterdeep. You know, every so often, I mean, he has spies, he has a network and stuff. They bring him information. Every so often, he could just feed them information and say, hey, I've learned that Lord Paxton has an army of hill giants located over here, you know, and that could be the tip as well. So there's a variety of different ways you could do it. The fanboy of ETN. Hey, dude, what's up? Thanks, man. Hi. I'm getting so hungry. So Jack Bellinger says, do you know how soon we will be getting the lingering injuries table video? Love your channel. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I don't know. The lingering injuries one. Yeah, you know what? I think I have that in my it's in my backlog. I have like 100 videos in my backlog. I don't know when it's going to come out, in all honesty. Yeah. I think for that one in particular, I think I need to do a little bit of work on it, because I think what I want to do is revisit some of the lingering injuries that I use. I think some of them are too heavy-handed, and I think I want to tweak it a little bit before I talk about it. And that's probably, yeah, I might also publish a resource, like a free resource for lingering injuries that people can use. And if I publish it, it's got to be something that I created, because I think the one I use right now I just found on the internet, you know. So anyway, there's some random thoughts for you. All right, let's hit some more questions. Finn Armstrong. In one of your live streams, you said you don't allow evil characters. One of my players is a rogue, and he picks a lot of pockets and kills a lot. Is this evil? And if so, how do you deal with it? How do I deal with it? Okay. So I have a player. I had a player who was a rogue, and he picked pockets and stuff like that. He never got caught. He kills a lot. So is he just going around town killing a lot? Consequences. I mean, there need to be consequences. So that, like, all my players know that there are consequences in the game world, and that if you get caught, bad things are probably there's a law, there's a legal system, there are guards, and there are lots of adventure. Well, it depends on how high level your adventurers are, your party is, but there are people out there that are more powerful than you. And so if you get caught killing, there could be consequences, and there might be a band of mercenary bounty hunters that come after you to apprehend you and stuff. And so that's one thing that I do, and I work into my games. And I let my players know in advance that I do that, so there's like fair warning and stuff. So I would definitely have consequences in the game. You know, that's one thing you can do. There's also the extent too that, like, as a dungeon master, if you that's not something that you want to mess with in your game, like people being evil and going around killing NPCs and stuff like that, like you could just tell your player, yo, dude, I don't want to run an evil campaign, and I prefer all of my players to have good aligned characters or neutral aligned characters. You're within your rights as the dungeon master to set some parameters around your game and how your game is, how you're going to run your game. So you're within your rights to like put some restrictions on players. Like my players know that like evil is off the table, so you're not going to be evil. What other restrictions do I put on them? I've already mentioned 2 of them in the stream. They know that. They know that like we don't use third-party rule sets. They know that things from like Unearthed Arcana need to be approved by me. They know even things like if they want to pick something from Xanathar's, it needs to be approved by me. I need to look at it and make sure that it's okay, because a lot of there are things that even Wizards is publishing that has problems with it. And so, yeah, there are parameters that I put around my players. I try to be as open and flexible as possible, but things that I'm not familiar with, I want to put my eyeballs on it. And I almost always say yes if it's from published material, but every so often, official published material, but every so often, there's a time where I'm just like, what the heck is that? Oh, it's like Healing Spirit, Elven Accuracy. There's stuff that somehow slips through the cracks. And Wizards just like, I don't know what they're thinking, but they're just like, let's put a healing spell in the game at 2nd level, I believe, or 3rd level, that's more powerful than everything except like the heal spell, and you're just like, what? You guys are nuts. So yeah, I don't know. That was like a tangent off from your original question, but yeah, there you go. All right, we have a new member. Hey, Aaron. I'm going to try this. Heidenreich, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it, buddy. By the way, I think 2 people have become a member in this stream. So I have a giveaway going on right now for all of my members and my patrons as well, where the giveaway is that 4 of you are going to play D&D with me online, like with Roll20 and Discord. So there is a link in the description, Aaron, and so who else became a member? Somebody else became a member tonight. It's probably written down somewhere. Sorry, I have a horrible memory. But the other new member, make sure you guys that you sign up for that giveaway if you want to play some D&D with me. And anybody else who wants to get in on the action, you can become a member too, or a patron. And not only get in on the giveaway, but you can help support the channel. You get access to additional perks. We do like video brainstorming together. You get to vote on videos. I have a private VIP Discord lounge where like people have like prioritized access to me, like asking questions and getting answers and stuff. And there's not a whole lot of people in it right now, probably a couple dozen or something. And so it's, it's cool. So if you want to help support the channel and get some cool perks and stuff, consider membership or become a patron and then sign up for that giveaway. Oh yeah, Heidenreich. Well, Aaron, so check this out, dude. I took German in like college. I took a lot of German in college. I don't know if you're like speak. I mean, I'm assuming that Heidenreich to me sounds like a German name. I could be wrong. Maybe I need to be corrected, but that's I'm relying on my like German knowledge to pronounce your name. So there you go. Philip Ketchup's in the house. What up, dude? How you doing? Luke, out of 20, what level DM are you? Oh, dude, I don't think of things that way. I'm like it's like are my players having fun? Can I see them laughing and smiling and joking? And do they keep coming back? And continuing to improve. I don't think of myself that way. And I don't think that like there are probably lots of better DMs out there, I don't know. I think that like the barrier to being a good DM is just not sucking. If you can run a halfway decent game, and your players are mostly having fun, you don't have to be spectacular and outstanding. You just if people are having fun, then that's good enough. So anyway, Bremen. Okay, cool. That's awesome, dude. Danny, the giveaway is down in the description. The description of this live stream. You can, I think there's an arrow where you expand it, and then you're going to find a link to the giveaway down there. It literally says like, giveaway. Nugget music and gaming. How do I make my random encounters? A lot of times I roll there are two ways to do it. One, Kobold Fight Club. But the thing with Kobold Fight Club is I use it for inspiration. I'll just kind of keep pushing the generate button until I get a monster where I'm like, ooh, that sounds cool, and then I'll roll with it. So Kobold Fight Club. But here's the secret. Many of my random encounters are actually planned encounters. In other words, I browse through this book and Volo's Guide to Monsters or Mordenkainen's Home of Foes, and I find a monster where I'm like, oh, this monster's awesome, holy crap, and I want to use it in an encounter. And so I'll plan an encounter using that monster. And then the next time we roll a random encounter, or we do roll up a random encounter, I just use that one because I already planned it. And so that's a lot of times my random encounters are planned encounters because I'll find a monster that's really cool and I want to use it. Here's what happens. So you have a campaign going on, adventures are going on, and there's usually a theme to it. And there's usually certain monster sets that you're using that make sense for your campaign. However, there's tons of other monsters that might not make sense for your campaign, but are really cool and you want to include them in the game. And that's where I think random encounters really shine, is allowing the Dungeon Master to use these monsters that he otherwise wouldn't be able to get to use. So, there you go. Yeah, I know. So, Danny Arriaga, yeah, you're right. I'm going to have to call you. So, I have two Dannys now as members. I can just call you Ari, Arriaga, and then the other guy, Danny. I could do something like that. Aaron, I do recall seeing stats for the Woodwode. I don't remember exact details about it. If you think it's too powerful, then tone it down a little bit or something. There's nothing wrong with that. I think I do remember seeing it. And I was like, ooh, I think it's basically a walking tree type thing or something. But it looked pretty cool. Yeah, Danny Arriaga, you're the OG. Yeah, okay. You were here first. Hey, Joe M, what up, dude? Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. For our villainous bard, Lombardi, let's have him be a con artist that fools everyone into thinking he has a powerful magic with sleight of hand. All right. I'm going to copy paste your suggestion into our sheet, and when we get there, we'll add that in. These guys are skipping the line. It's like villain creation doesn't start for a half hour, and they're already you know what? We're gonna make this happen. Ooh, cat! I saw a cat on the cat cam. Danny bought merch. You gotta let me know how that hoodie turns out, cause I don't know the company Teespring that does all the merch that I have on the channel. It could be quality stuff. I don't know. It might not be. Hopefully it is. Hopefully YouTube decided to partner up with a merch provider that has quality products. Joe M says, have you ever used Rust monsters? Yep. Or other alternate damage monsters? Intellect Devourers? Yep. Shadows? Yep. And how do you feel about those type of effects? I think they're fun. I think they're cool. So nothing is more boring in the game than to only constantly encounter big bags of hit points that do damage. Boring. That's why giants usually suck. Have you guys ever just run adventures with lots of giants in them? It's the most boring fights you're ever going to have because all giants are is big bags of hit points that do damage. And there's nothing interesting or provocative or anything about giants. They're just pretty much lame. So, point is, monsters that do things like destroy your weapons or attack your armor or, try to reduce your intelligence and then transplant into your brain, that stuff is fun. That stuff is interesting. And so absolutely, that stuff is really cool. In fact, when I run giants at my game table, I need to homebrew them just a little bit. I was running fire giant because giants are so boring. I was running fire giants with my Sword Coast Guard group, and all fire giants in my game can do a little fire aura. Where I always do that. I'm like, whoop, and they emit like an aura of fire or heat. It's a heat wave, actually. They emit an aura of heat around them that does like 5 damage to everybody within 10 feet of them. It's a little bit of it's not a whole lot, but the point is that it is something unique that they can do. It fits in with the theme of being a fire giant and makes them more interesting than just being big bags of hit points that do damage. And I will say that an added bonus is that they, if they do that when they're next to Dalinor, who has a Cloak of Displacement, it causes his Cloak of Displacement to stop working, which then they don't have to attack with disadvantage. So there's a big benefit of that as well. Because if you watch my videos, you know I like to pick on Dalinor about his Cloak of Displacement. Actually, all of our game sessions, we pick on Dalinor for the Cloak of Displacement. And he always laughs and he's like, "You're the one that gave it to me." You And I'm like, "Yes, and there will never be a Cloak of Displacement in my games again. But in the meantime, I have to deal with it." Oh my gosh. Dude, against the Giants from Tales from the Yawning Portal, oh my gosh, that's a horrible module. Like, I cannot tell you, my players, like, when we ran the Hill Giant setting one, and then we ran the Frost Giant Glacier from Tales from the Yawning Portals, just tons and tons of giants in those stupid modules. And here's the stupid thing too. You guys you're just Tashio, you just triggered a rant. Here's the stupid thing. The Hill Giant setting in that module, the corridors are like 10 feet wide. The giant, no, not 10 feet, probably like 15 feet wide. The point is that a giant is 15 feet wide. And so the giants could not, they had to go single file against my heroes, against the Sword Coast Guard. Single file. They couldn't even fight abreast. They made the steading so small that the giants couldn't even fit in there. My players murdered the entire first level, pretty much, of the steading in one battle because the Hill Giants couldn't fit past each other. It was just this, it's a horribly designed, like, that level. And, like, just mountains of Hill Giants and stuff, and it was like, yeah, I could go on about that. And then once they did the Hill Giant steading, and then they did the Frost Giant Glacier, they went on to fight the White Dragon that I talked about earlier in the stream. And at that point, one of my players like looked over my screen and saw my own map that I drew for the dragon, and he was like, "Okay, guys, I just saw his map and he drew it himself, so it's gonna be okay." Because my players were starting to hate the maps from the Hill Giant and the Frost Giant stuff, and so he was like, "It's okay, it's one of Luke's maps, so this should be fine. This adventure will be okay." And I was just like, because I was gonna do the Fire Giant part from Tales from the Yawning Portal, and I ended up homebrewing an entire dungeon for the Fire Giant part because it was clear that nobody was enjoying the one from Tales from the Yawning Portal. Tales from the Yawning Portal is hit and miss, you guys. Like, some of the adventures in there are really good. Like the Forgotten Forge or the Forge of Fury, whichever one that is, super good adventure. Against the Giants, there's another one, like there's like a Takamikan or some weird like temple or something. That's a big sloppy mess too. I forget exactly the name of that, but anyway. Yeah, we're going off a little bit of a rant. Somebody pushed the rant button. It was Tashio. We blame it on Tashio. All right, let's hit some more questions here. You can always count on me for like cats and ranting a little bit. That's like my thing. Like, you know, there are just some things you feel passionately about, and you're just like, oh, why? You know? Like, how can some modules be some adventures be so good, and then in the same book you have other ones that are just like, come on, guys, come on, really? I don't know. DMing for, okay, so Row H, I accidentally called you Roho before, but Row H says, DMing for the first time in months tomorrow and feeling nervous. Any tips in 15 seconds? So in 15 seconds, just relax, don't worry about it, just concentrate on having fun. If your players are having fun and you're all enjoying yourselves, then you're winning, okay? Just don't worry about it. Yeah, that's it, that's all I got. I hope that helps. Remember, players usually I feel like dungeon masters feel like if we don't run the best game ever, we suck. And like it has to be awesome, and we have to have all these awesome NPCs, and everything's got to be just spectacular. But our players are like, you know what, dude? I just had a crappy day at work. I just want to show up. I want to roll some dice. I want to kill some monsters. I might like do some little funny voices and stuff. And hey, you know what? That's all I need. I just need a place to relax and have fun. Like, I don't need you to awe me like with this amazing, masterful dungeon mastering. They just want to just relax and play the game. So I think dungeon masters, we sometimes hold ourselves to higher standards, and our players are maybe just like, dude, you know what? I just want to kill some orcs, you know. So yeah, don't like, you know, beat yourself up and crap. Gary the intern. Ooh. Danny Ariaga says, worry about it, cry, scream, eat your feels, I don't know what that means, and go in looking confident. Yeah. I use OneNote a ton, dilated pupils. Like all of my campaign notes about my games and stuff are in OneNote. Tons and tons of notes in OneNote. It's all of my campaigns. If my OneNote were ever to stop working, I'd be in trouble. My adventures I write up in Word and then on graph paper, but like campaign notes and stuff are all in OneNote. Eat your feels means eating the sadness away. Okay. Cameron F is like, I wish I had money. That last bit of advice was worth $100. Oh, cool. Thanks, buddy. All right. Martin Pat 94 says, hey, so I know how you feel about alignments, but what do you think about when players go to those planes of the alignments? Yeah. That's fine. You could have so if there's an alignment where everything's evil, like the devils and stuff, like 9 hells, and they're all evil, sure. You know, I don't have a problem with alignment in the game, and I think a lot of my monsters have alignments, and like I role play them according to their alignments and stuff like that. I think I did a video on alignments where I was basically saying that like I don't care what players' alignments are, you know. So like I just don't make a big deal about them. They're a thing, and like I don't mind if players role play them or use them, or if they don't. It doesn't bother me either way. I don't feel super strongly about them, you know. But like, yeah, I've had planes where they went to the 9 hells and the devils are lawful evil, and I roleplay them that way. I'm just kind of like ambivalent about them, I think. You know what I mean? About alignment in general. The fanboy of ETN. Thank you, sir, for the $14. I don't even know what that was. You sent me money. Is it I don't know what A means. Australian money? I don't know. Aside from Spider, what 2 classes would you recommend for newbies? I also want to say that after 6 months of watching your channel, I found a group of friends that I can play with. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm very happy. That's cool. Barbarian is a good choice. For new players, Fighter for sure. Barbarian's a nice one. Part of me wants to say Warlock, because if you want to get introduced into spellcasting, Warlock is a fairly easy one, I think, as a spellcaster. I definitely, like, for very new players who've never ever played D&D before, I definitely don't recommend a spellcaster, because you have twice as many rules to learn. You not only have all of these rules over here, but now you got to learn all the rules of spellcasting. And that can be like overwhelming and confusing and stuff, so I don't recommend it. If I had a very brand new player who was like, I want to play a wizard, please, I wouldn't say no. I'd let them do it, but it wouldn't be my recommendation, and I would explain why to them, you know. But yeah, I think you definitely, for total newbies, you want to pick classes that are easy for them to run. And Champion Fighter is beautiful, and it's a really good class too. Being able to like re-roll your 1s and 2s, I think that's what they can do. Or is that Great Weapon Fighting? Oh, I think that's Great Weapon Fighting. But anyway, Champion Fighter is a really solid choice for sure. Rogue is lots of fun, but possibly more complex. It's not that much more complex though, and Rogue is tons of fun. I could see a new player doing really well with Rogue as well. But I would stay away from Wizard. I would probably stay away from Cleric. I'd stay away from Sorcerer. Bard. Bard is a complex class. Like, I had a new player once who played a Bard, and she hated it. She hated that Bard. And then she rolled up a Barbarian, and she loved it. She's like killing things and slashing, and she's like covered with blood, and she's like, yeah. But like with her Bard, she was just like vicious mockery, vicious mockery. Oh, cutting words, vicious mockery, vicious mockery, and it was just like she was clearly not having fun with the stupid Bard. It's not like dissing bards. It's just it wasn't a good fit for her. She didn't have fun with it, you know? And a Barbarian was the perfect thing for her. She loved Barbarian, loved it. I think she played Barbarian for like 1 or 2 years before she had to leave our group. She like moved somewhere else, which was very, very sad. So Anna, if you're listening, we miss you. Like, yeah, it sucks that you moved. You left us all. Yeah, but you were an awesome player, Anna, and we miss you. All right. And the Barbarian, Donna. Yeah, Donna, the Barbarian. Woo! That was cool. AJ Silver Radio, what up, dude? How you doing? Monk. Oh, yeah, Monk. Yeah, Townsend. That's a good point. Monk is fairly easy, I feel, for a new player. I feel like monks suck, though. So I would probably not recommend a monk because monks suck. They are squishy, they're easy to hit, they have bad AC, they usually don't have a lot of hit points, and if they go into melee, they're going to get squashed really fast. And that's probably not a very fun experience for a new player, so I would probably not recommend monk because of that. I think, yeah. Yeah, monks do suck. Yeah, they do. Except for Stunning Fist. So Stunning Fist is a monk's like redeeming quality. But that's it. Other than that, it's like no thank you. Not in 5th edition. I mean, if you like monk and it's your thing, then rock on. I'm just saying, like, for me personally, like, and the way I've seen other people play it and stuff, it's like I also didn't like Warlock for the longest time, but like lots of people love Warlock. So it just goes to show that everybody has like different preferences and likes and stuff, you know. Jacob Lucas. Guapo. What? He's down here like looking at me, yelling at me. What advice might you have if the big bad is a mindless monster? How is he positioned as a big bad if he is a mindless monster? The first thing that comes to my mind is that you have a group of intelligent people that somehow like worship him or hold him in high esteem, and like he's the big bad, and he's this great. Think of like cultists who are worshiping some horrible monster, you know, that's mindless and just wants to consume the world. But the cultists are worshiping him, and they're the lieutenants, and they're the ones that are putting everything into motion and stuff. And the big bad is a mindless monster who's like a figure piece. He's like a puppet, you know. He's not really orchestrating those things. He's, you know, kind of being used in a way controlled a little bit by other people. So that's a thought. That's one way you can do it. There's probably lots of other ways, but that's what came to my mind. All right, Jack of Hearts says, could we get a spell creation live stream, preferably one with a theme, like rangers or bards? Ooh, that's an interesting idea. I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna write that down. Spell creation with a theme. Rangers or bards. We could try that out. It might be a little rough with like determining the level that certain spells should be at and stuff. But that's probably worth trying out. We could do something like that at some point. We just gotta make sure we're creating spells that are like unique, because there are lots of spells out there, you know. What? This guy's down here grouching, yelling at me. Oh, Rainier says, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Paladin is the best class, and you'll never change my mind. LOL. So as a player, Paladin is a great class. In my opinion, as a dungeon master who deals with Paladins, Paladins are one of the most powerful classes in the game, hands down. Not because they deal tons of damage, although they can, but they help the entire group avoid damage, be more efficient, higher saving throws, immunity to charm, immunity to fear. Like, overall, the Paladins just make the entire party better and more powerful. And so at higher levels especially, lower levels, not so much, but at higher levels, Paladins are like, whew, they're really powerful. So as a player, yes, I love Paladins. They're really powerful. As a dungeon master, I'm like, stupid Paladins. I hate Paladins. To kill these stupid things. Rangers are poop. Yeah, like the original Ranger that Danny that was published in the player handbook is just horrible. Well, the one with the animal companion is horrible. The other one's like, it's okay. But I heard one player once told me that everything that a Ranger can do, fighters can do better. You know, even if you're building like a ranged like fighter class. And I think there's a lot of validity in that. However, there is a Ranger in Unearthed Arcana that they did a remake of it. I think it's Unearthed Arcana. It might actually be in Xanathar's. It might be in Xanathar's. But it's actually really good. It's really good. I have a player right now playing that Ranger, one of those classes, and there are a couple things that he can do that I'm just like, I'm not so sure about that. That seems really powerful. We're playing it through and seeing how it goes, but right so far it's like feels really powerful. But we'll see. Penguin Butt says, how can you know as a new DM what's overpowered besides figuring out in the game? Powers, items, etc. You compare it. You compare it to other things. It's a comparison game. Always, 100%. A magic item. I compare with other magic items to see what it feels like. It's a class. I compare it to other classes to see what it's like. If I'm creating a feat or a spell or something, I'm going to compare it to other things that already exist in the game. In my experience, if I'm making a custom monster, in my experience, the best way to judge power is by comparing it to things that already exist. It's kind of manual. There's no rule. There's some subjectivity involved with that. But in my experience, that is the way I do it at the very least. A city or world creation live stream. We're not creating a world. A city, I don't know. I don't know, man. That seems like a ton of work. And I don't know that we'd be able to finish that in one Consider this, dude. Like, when we do villain creation live streams, we create like 5 villains or something. That's it. We do 5 or 7. It's a villain. It's not even that complex, and we get through like this many. If we were to try to create like a city or a world, it would like take several live streams, and not. I don't know. I'm like on that one. All right, Danny Arriaga says, "Are we also going to? Can we build minions for some of the villains? So we are going to designate. Yes, the answer is yes. We're going to designate who their minions would be. We're not like actually going to like custom build minions, but we're going to say, oh, this big bad or this villain has goblins that work for him. This big bad uses mind flayers or something. So yes, we are going to do that, Danny. And that's in the template that I have built out for it as well. All right. I need to go use the bathroom. So I'm going to throw the intermission screen on. I got to use the potty, and then we'll be back shortly, okay? So just stand by. The live stream will continue. I'm going to throw some music on for you. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be some beautiful music. You're all going to love it. It's great. There you go. There's the music. Where's the intermission screen? All right. Turn the music off. Turn the music off. Oh, yeah, from Super Chats here. Thank you, Pat, for the $5. Appreciate that. A little sticker. What was this stuff? Huh. There's some Super Chats I missed. There's one that I missed somehow. The Fanboy of Eaton. Sorry about that. Aussie here, just wondering if you can be a member on phone and how, as I'm now convinced to be a member. I don't know, dude. Like, on your phone, there's probably a member button, or there's a join button, wherever the join button is. If you want to become a member of the channel, support the channel and all that good stuff, there's a join button. It's usually right below the video. And you just click that button, and then a screen will come up, and like it'll give you different options for the tiers that you want to do it at, you know. So hopefully that works for you, man. All right, I think that's it. I think that's the only one I missed. Yeah, it should be down by the subscribe button. That's where it should be. The bottom right on the phone. Okay, try it there, man. Aaron, Sunless Citadel. I have heard that Sunless Citadel is really good. I have not played it myself. I haven't even read it, but I had a friend that I trust who told me that it was really good. So I will relay on to you what he told me. And if it sucks, let me know, and then I will not trust him anymore. We're like, we're not gonna trust you anymore, man. I had to get some water too, because this coffee is not like, I'm like thirsty and it's not helping here. All right, let's hit some more questions here. We're about to start. We're pretty close to starting our villain creation stuff as well. So I'm just gonna wrap up a few questions here quickly, and then we will move on to the next segment of our live stream for tonight. Rusty Fish says, one of my players loves to create new characters and wants me to kill off his characters often. You gotta be like, no. I'll explain that. I don't want to kill my players if I don't have to, though. How should I approach this? So I had a player, God bless his soul, that like literally would come to me almost every game session with a new character that he wanted to play. And I'm just like, no, dude. Okay, Danny, thank you for the $2. Don't mind me just plugging your merch. Okay, so I'll get back to you, Rusty, in a second. Danny is referring to like shirts. I have like shirts and hoodies that say the DM Lair on them. I have some that say like I've been a dungeon master since high school, which is like my channel slogan or something that I make fun of and everybody makes fun of because it's meaningless how long you've been a dungeon master. Like, it's not a union, you know. So yeah, you can buy merch and crap and wear my shirts and crap. So thank you, Danny, for plugging my merch. Danny's my new marketing, like, hawker or something, consultant, my marketing consultant or something. Oh, yay! Aaron's throwing around the little emoji. Cool, dude. Okay, so Rusty, this player would come all the time wanting to roll up a new character, and I'm like, no. Here's how this is going to work. I literally had to put a limit on him. I was like, Robbie, okay? He's the guy that I sometimes refer to as Robbie the Wizard in my videos. I was like, Robbie, like, you can roll up a new character between adventures. You need to at least get through one adventure with your current character before you roll up and pull in a new one. Like, it was getting to the point where it was a little disruptive to the game, but more than being disruptive to the plot and storyline, it was making work for me. Because, like, I got to deal with you always wanting to change your character. You're making more work for me. And, like, the Dungeon Master, first of all, the Dungeon Master already does tons of work. And so, like, players, I think, need to be cognizant of that and not create additional work for them when they can avoid it. But also, like, me in particular, I'm running like 4 games. I have a YouTube channel. You know, I'm dude, like, I don't need to deal with the hassle of you wanting to make a new character, like, every time we play. And so I put a limit on him where I was like, this is the limit, no more, you know? So I wouldn't kill his characters. You don't have to kill the characters off to get them out of the game. They can just leave of their own volition, and then you pull somebody else in. So, like, how you do it, like, how you accomplish it, in my opinion, is not really the point. The point is the player constantly wanting to run a new character, and that is a problem, in my opinion. Usually players like that really just like, they have it, they're like, oh, this cool new build, oh, I'm gonna like splash 2 paladin and 3 sorcerer, and then, oh, there's this third-party homebrew class that I want to use that's totally not overpowered at all, and I want to do all this, and they want to have this crazy build. They're like on Reddit reading all these things, and they're like homebrewing, and they're like a mad scientist in an alchemy shop or something, you know, and they just want to try stuff out. You gotta put some limits on that stuff, because it doesn't get any better. Danny, yeah, dude. So Danny's like, I had a player like that, and she threw a hissy fit when I told her no. I don't care. Like there is an extent to where like I want to say yes as much as possible to my players, but there are some things where it's just like, no, that's a problem for these reasons, and that's just not going to happen. You know, and if you can't approach it like an adult or with maturity, you know, and understand that you can't, I'm rubbing Guapo's belly. Guapo's down here rolling around. If you can't like approach it with a little bit of maturity and understand where I'm coming from, that I'm trying to run a game, and you rolling up a new character all the time is creating more work for me and is being disruptive to the game, then I'm going to just be okay with you being mad at me, because you're not being comprehensive to my situation. We have a cat cam. You do have a cat cam in the corner of the stream. Hold on. Let me point it down. So this is Guapo. He's rolling around down here. This is what he wants me to do. He rolls around down here, and he wants me to rub his belly. So that is what he is doing down here in the stream. Guapo. All right, let's hit another question. Well, we've had some questions here that kind of put me into a little bit of a rant mode. Those are pretty cool. Get some excitement around here. Yeah, he's a little chunky, but he's not like the chunkiest cat. He's actually one of the skinniest cats, which is saying something. All right, Sven Silverman. I have a player who has 2 characters. While one is in use, the other is off elsewhere. But the players want them both to meet one player having 2 characters. They don't seem to mind. Your thought? I don't necessarily see a problem with it. If that means that one player is going to be playing 2 characters, I would be okay with it, especially if you don't have that many players and you need another PC in the group. If I felt that player was able to run 2 characters at the same time, I think I'd be okay with that. But there are some players that are not capable of handling more than one character at a time. Like, the whole game will fall and bog down because they can't make decisions and they can't run. Like, I have some players who, like, God bless them, the best they can do is try to run their one character, and that's a struggle. If they were to try to run 2 characters, forget about it. So I would be okay with it under certain circumstances, would be my answer, Sven. Chicken Tender Lover, what up, birthday boy? Can I implement some of your NPCs that are in your videos, like Gary the Intern? Yes, dude. Steal that crap. Use whatever you want, man. Like, I make my videos to help the D&D community. Like, so whatever I put in my videos, if you want to use it, the advice, the characters, the whatever, just use it, dude. Absolutely. Joe M says, do you miss the old rules where different classes leveled at different rates? Nope, sure don't. Especially given how melee classes like fighter are outpaced by caster and hybrid classes. Nope, I do not miss those rules one bit. I like the new rules where they level at the same rate, or even better, milestone experience points. Love that crap. Love that crap for lots of... I actually have in my backlog of videos, I plan to do a video talking about XP leveling and milestone leveling, talking about the benefits of each and the disadvantages of each, because each of them has advantages and disadvantages. And so I plan on doing a video talking about that. But the short answer to your question is no, I do not miss that stuff. If I were playing, like, but it is a thing to play old school games. You know, like OSR, old school Renaissance, is a thing. And there is a certain nostalgia to playing those games. Like, and I enjoy it. Like, I went to a convention once and the guy was running like first edition or AD&D or something, and it was using like this. Where is this? I have this. Hold on a second. So this right here, Delving Deeper, Reference Rules Compendium. This right here is, what was it? I think this is like a summary of the rules from the original D&D game that like Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson made. And like, because the original rule books, I think you had to have a whole different, like 3 different books or something. I don't even know how it all worked. But this is like a new, like a reprinting of those rules in a way that you can actually use it. And when I ran this, it was like I was a player in it, and it was really cool to run this like old school game that was like back in the day how they did it. You know, it was just this. It was pure nostalgia, and I thought it was really fun and really cool. So if I'm intentionally running that game, that's awesome. You know. But like in the context of running old school game for the sake of running old school game, I think that's lots of fun. You know, if that makes sense. It's funny. You can both see me talk. Like I got the camera here, and then you can see me down here with the cat just like bothering me. This is like what I do most days. I'm sitting here at my desk working and stuff, and I have a cat down here that I have to be petting because they need attention. You know. All right. That is enough, I think, for the Dungeon Master Q&A. We should probably create some villains together. So let's do some villain creation. How's that? I'm gonna pull up my sheet, and we'll start creating some villains. Yeah, villain creation. Woo! And I need to get some more coffee here. I'm going to get some coffee, and then we'll get going. So let me see. Pull my screen up. Stand by. Let's go over to that guy right there. This is the template that we use. See if I can zoom in a little bit. And we already have one idea right here for our first villain, and we'll be working on that. I'm going to get some coffee, and then we're going to jump right into this bad boy. The cat is still, he's rolling around on the ground. Man. Look at that guy. That's the box. Yeah, he won't go in the box, though. He's just rolling around near the box. If we could only get the cat to go in the box, that would be so cool. Whoops, that's the wrong one. All right. Yeah, he's not Italian. He's not going to be Italian because Italian is not a thing that exists in fantasy game worlds. That is a real world thing. So he won't be able to be Italian. What's in the box? There's nothing in the box. The box is empty. There's nothing in there. The idea is to get a cat in the box. We want the cat in the box is the idea. No, cats do not respect YouTubers' schedules. No. All right, so this villain right here. So we have a bard named Lombardi. All right, so the name is Lombardi for the first one here. What what creature is he going to be? Like, is he like a human, a half elf? What do you guys think he should be? And he's a villainous bard. We need an alignment as well. So he's a con artist that fools everyone into thinking he has powerful magic with sleight of hand. Okay, so that's maybe like a means or that's like a means. And we should say he is a bard. We'll say he's a bard. A halfling bard. Ooh. A Yuan-Ti pureblood bard. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. Let's go with that. He's a Yuan-Ti pureblood bard. So what's his motivation? What is he trying to do? Like, what is his goal in the world? Like, what does he want to achieve? We need to figure out what he wants to achieve, what his motivation is. And then what is his method? How is he going about achieving it? Like, what is he doing to get him there? And then the means, my monitor is like flashing on and off. That's not a good sign. The means we kind of already have, but we also need to envision what his minions are going to be. Who are his minions? So let's get some ideas. He wants money to buy a ton of cats. Yeah, okay. Chaotic neutral. He collects secrets. He's a master blackmailer. Oh, that's interesting. Well, somebody else said something. Chaotic neutral. Okay, let's go with chaotic neutral. Become more famous. His minions are animated instruments. Oh, that's interesting. I like that idea. You know what I might do here? I think we should separate minions out. Make it clearer. Animated instruments. Like flutes. What do you call them? Guitars? What do they call it? Lutes? Okay, that's cool. I like that idea. Global fame and wealth. I think I like that idea. It's a bard, you know, global fame and wealth. So like, yeah. Wants to achieve global fame and great wealth. And there was somebody said something about blackmailing and stuff like that. That was interesting to me. Let's throw that in there. Where was that? Somebody said that. I forget where that was. Okay, he collects. Big Clue said it. He collects secrets. He's a master blackmailer. Cool. So that could be the method. That is how he goes about doing that. All right. So how does that work though? He collects secrets. Like, how does that actually work out? How does he use those secrets and blackmailing to make himself famous? You know what I mean? Like, how does that actually work in practice? I think we kind of need to flesh that out a little bit, because right now it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. He trades the secrets with an Arcanoloth, so he uses the secrets in exchange for, like, he blackmails for advertisers. He flirts his way into many hearts and uses them, but doesn't realize they are being used as pawns. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I like that one. Whoops. Things need to stop scrolling. Okay. I don't get the connection here. We gotta make this connect. We gotta make this connection here. He collects secrets from fans he charmed. He gets money and his name gets spread. Blackmails well-known people to have them promote him. Ah, there we go. Now we have the connection. All right, Tashio, we're gonna do that. Okay. So then he uses the secrets he collects to blackmail powerful and wealthy people to promote his name and make him more famous and wealthy. Okay, that could work. That could work. An adventure idea. An adventure idea can be a quest to save 5 instruments that he is trying to steal to become the greatest bard of all time. It could be like a retrieval quest where you're like also working for the bad guy. That's a possibility. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, he wants to become a king, therefore everyone will know him. Sure. Oh, that's interesting. The people so Penguin Butt says the people he blackmails he uses as connections to get him in touch with powerful people or bigger audiences. I like it. Okay, that makes sense to me. Cool. All right, so I think that's starting to come together a little bit. That kind of makes sense to me. So let's move on to the adventure idea. What's the actual adventure idea? So we have a villain. But like, how is this villain going to be presented in the game world, and what adventure are the players going to go on due to this villain that we have here? And if we had a flaw or a secret or maybe a weakness, that would also be really cool. So this could become weakness. A flaw or a secret or a weakness would be really cool. So Danny, you said something. Would this also be his flaw or secret? What are you referring to? I missed something. Oh, his flaw is he doesn't know the difference between fame and infamy. Oh, that's interesting. I kind of like that idea. He doesn't know the difference between fame and infamy. All right, cool. Like it. Dun dun dun. He's deaf, so he can't actually hear his work. He's pretending there's a dangerous villain out there named the Lair, but it's actually him, and he is tricking the players into getting the instruments for him. These instruments are known to have dangerous magic stored in them that should not be brought together, the PC. He sends the PCs to discover some particular secret of use to him. The PCs think they're spying on the bad guy, not employed by one. Oh, yeah, and that fits in with the fact that he collects secrets. He's a master blackmailer. I like that. We're gonna go with that one. All right, Big Clue, you got it. Boom, that's the adventure idea. It's just an idea. That's it. There aren't too many details in it, but that's okay. The dungeon master who uses this can flesh that out. We just want like a little bit of an inkling of an adventure idea to send people to send dungeon masters in the right direction. All right, cool. Let's do another one. Danny says, would the flower secret be the same as his means, using other people's secrets to get ahead in his career? You could say that. That could be like a flaw. But I feel like all villains are flawed in that regard because they're going to be doing something evil, you know. All right, let's copy our villain. Where is the villain? The villain quick part. Yeah, so one thing I want to make sure we mention here is that like there are lots of good ideas that you guys are brainstorming, and we can't use them all. So I'm just gonna pick one. It's not a commentary on like whether your idea was good or bad, you know. But if we want to create a bunch of villains and actually make progress, we just got to kind of pick stuff and go, you know. So if you had what you thought was a really cool idea that you posted for the previous villain, it's okay to repost it for a new villain. Okay, it's okay to repost your. Just don't get spammy and don't get nutsy on me. All right, but it's okay to repost your ideas for a new villain. if we didn't pick it the last time. Okay? So don't feel, yeah, you got it. Yeah, we're good. All right, so let's, what creature is it going to be? What's the alignment? I usually like to save the name to the very end, because like what we end up creating about the villain usually helps us come up with an interesting name. So the name is going to be very last, and then we're going to create all the stuff first. So what's the creature? We can start thinking about like motivation, method. I mean, just throw some ideas out. I'm like reading chat, and we're going to figure out like something cool here. A Death Knight Pirate Captain. Okay, you win. We're going to go with that. That sounds unique to me. So that we have a Death Knight Pirate Captain. What's the alignment of Death Knights? I'm pretty sure they're evil. Are they chaotic evil? If he's a pirate captain, I feel like he's chaotic evil, maybe. I don't know. We can go with that. All right, what's he trying to do? What is his motivation in the world? What is the goal he's trying to obtain? What does he want? What makes him a villain? If you have a tribal banana, a lair, that's not a bad idea. An adventure idea. Yeah, we could add like a layer to it. A layer. You know what I need to do? So flaw, secret, weakness. I need to update my quick part. Hold on. I'm going to update my quick part as you guys are brainstorming. And I decided that we wanted to make minions a separate one. Whoops. Minions. All right. And then what I need to do here, stand by. I'm going to update my quick part, because we are making it better as we go here. Do that. We're going to do that right there. And then I'm going to update the quick part. And I'm going to make it D&D. And we're just going to call it villain. And uh-oh, I think I screwed up. I want to call it villain template. Oh, I screwed up. All right, hold on. Let me do it again. Update the quick part. Woo wee. It's called villain template. It's supposed to overwrite it. Yes, I want to redefine it. Excellent. Okay, cool. That's good. All right, now let's look at the chat. See what we got going on here. He wants to enslave all giants. Okay, according to the Monster Manual, Death Knights are chaotic evil. Okay, cool. Oh, that's interesting. Chicken Tender Lover. That could be his like flaw or secret. So Chicken Tender Lover, he has a cat that he doesn't want anyone to know about because he has a soft spot for the cat. He captured it from traders. Any who harm the cat, he immediately casts overboard. That's really weird for a Death Knight, but okay, that's interesting. We'll go with that. So he's trying to end his curse. He wants to bring back the soul of his old love, which was somehow stolen by a greater creature. Tashio's leaving. See you later, dude. He's probably already gone. He just attacks other ships and stuff. He could be. An abyssal cat. Oh yeah, it should be like an abyssal panther. Panther. Nice. Sure. We just made up a creature. I like it. Greedy. He wants as much loot as he can get. We're gonna go with Doram's idea here. His motivation is that he wants to bring back the soul of his old love, which was somehow stolen by a greater creature. Where's that? All right, cool. How is he doing this? Like, what is he doing to make that happen? We need some ideas, and let's think of minions too. What kind of minions would he have employed? I think his lair is going to be his ship. I think that one is kind of straightforward. And there might be like a hidden cove as well. But what is he doing to get his old lover back, or the soul of his old lover? Like, how is he accomplishing that? He enslaves those out in the sea to help build an army to fight the creature. Oh, that's interesting. The Lair could be a ghost ship that has an illusionary sleek put on it to look normal. Oh, I like that. That's even better. Let's do that. Good call. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. All right. I think that idea. Ender Warlock. We're gonna go with this one. He enslaves those out in the sea to help build an army to fight the creature. Ugh. He always does that. Oh my gosh. And thus get back the soul of his old love. All right, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So that's his method. That's what he's trying to do. And what kind of minions? What kind of minions would you... Pirates. Yeah, pirates. Okay, but what kind of pirates? Are these kobold pirates? Are they Cambions? Are they undead sailors? You know, Marinoloths, undead or fiends? I think undead would be cool, or fiends would be cool. Sawagan, Marrow, a literal skeleton crew. Ghost pirates. Let's go. I like ghost pirates. I mean, if you're talking about a Death Knight, I'm pretty sure a Death Knight is like a CR 15 or something. It's up there. It's pretty high. And so I think if we were to use, like, ghosts, I think are a CR 5. Ghost sailors could be his minions. I think that works for me. Sword wraiths. Yes. Ghosts and sword wraiths. All sailors. Okay, that would work. That absolutely works. Okay, cool. I think that works. I don't think our means is self-explanatory. He has some minions that work for him and what he's doing. So I don't know that we need to put a means there. I think it makes sense. What's the adventure idea then? How do the players learn about this villain? Or what is the quest? What is the adventure that they're going to go on as a result of this villain being? Like, what does the adventure look like? What's the adventure idea? He captures ships. Sailors must be saved from his recruitment methods. That's a possibility. Yep. Bermuda Triangle. Ships are disappearing. Oh, that's cool. Ships are disappearing, and the players have to figure out what's going on. I like that idea. Aaron says, an island has been contaminated by mist recently, and light is shining from the port, shows signs of a ship. When the mist clears away every morning, no ship is ever seen. Oh, I like that idea. That's pretty cool. So we're going to say this. Ships are going missing, and the players are employed to find out what is happening and stop it. Sailors tell the tale of, and then we're going to put that there, an island that has been contaminated by mist recently, and light shines. With a light shining from the port, showing signs of a ship. And then we're going to say, When the mist clears every morning, however, when the mist clears every morning, no ship is ever seen. And we'll say the sailors can give the PCs the general location of this island. So that way they have something they're supposed to do, and they have kind of like something pointing them in the right direction of where to go to investigate this. So yeah, I like that. Cool. I think that's good. Let's go to another one. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Yeah. Oh, shoot, you're right. Thank you, Zachary. I didn't change my ticker text. Stand by. I'm going to give me a hot second here, and I'm going to change my ticker text. Oops, I gotta stop it first. Turn that off. Turn that on. All right. I think there. I changed the text now. Oh, we gotta do his name. You're right. We gotta do the name yet. Okay. I almost forgot about the name. Where am I? All right. What's his name gonna be? Let's do a name. Let's find a name for this guy. What is his name? Commodore Blaze. Old Man Samson? What's his name? Yeah, I'm sorry. We're not doing questions anymore. I'm sorry. I forgot to update the text down below. We are creating a villain now. I always forget about the names. So you guys gotta remind me to do the names. Captain Roy Hornswoggle. Crimson Riot. Ooh, that sounds really cool. I like that. That sounds cool. I might do that one. Captain Deepjaw. Commander Thanatos. A name that I can't pronounce. Captain Shaw the Dreadful. Captain Bigglesworth. I'm going to go with Hornswoggle. What was it? Captain Roy Hornswoggle. Okay, fine. We'll go with that. Fortunately, if the Dungeon Masters who use these don't like the names, they can just change the names pretty easily. But that is pretty cool. Hornswoggle. All right, cool. So, and we're not going to do means. So let's move on to another one. Insert. Quick part. Villain template. Bam. Okay. Another villain. We need what kind of creature it is. We need a motivation or something. What he's trying to do in the game world. What bad things is he up to that's causing trouble in the world. All that kind of stuff. A mafia leader. All right, where are my cats? These are perfect for sandboxy style side quests. Yeah, Burgosaurus Rex. They could be for sure. They give just enough information for a dungeon master to do something. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done to flesh it out, but there's enough there to go off from and possibly improvise something for sure. A moody teenage dragon that wants to take all the shiny or valuable stuff. Sure, we can make it a female. Absolutely. We should actually probably make an effort to balance it between genders. That would probably be a good idea. All right, where we at? Arakakra Rakshasha. A turkey dinner. A Sasquatch just trying to get a turkey dinner. Danny, she's like, I vote Luke, making Luke a villain and having his cats as Khajiit minions. Nice. I'm not. I would be. I'm not. I'm a nice person. Why would you make me a villain? That's sad. That's very, very sad. Here we go with the sad stuff again. I'm just messing with you, Danny. Tabaxi, a moose dragon. You know, what was it? There was a Rakshasha. I like Rakshasha. Viper Venom. Whatever. Sorry. One. We have a Rakshasha. What is the Rakshasha trying to do? What is the motivation? Rakshasha. I think Rakshasha, they're definitely evil. I don't know if they're chaotic evil or it's evil. What are they? Somebody, what's a Rakshasha? Chaotic evil? Lawful evil? I'm not sure. A sentient beer keg. No, that's not happening. Ooh. A lady who has seen the future. All will be lost unless she can take control of the world and prevent it. She could be crazy, or maybe she's right. I like that idea. I like that idea. Let's do that. Cool. Natalie Spain, hello. What's going on? Good to see you. Why does it always do this? Can you not make it bold when I paste it? So, she has seen the future, and all will be lost unless she can take control of the world and prevent that future from happening. She could be crazy, or maybe she's right. All right, so her motivation is to take over the world, basically, to prevent this some horrible future from happening. Who knows what it is? So how is this Rakshasha working to take over the world? What's the method that she is using? And what are her means? What are her minions and stuff? How is she doing this? We need to know how this villain is going to do this. A glutton addicted to smoking souls. Select the blank spaces after the colon and control B. Yep. And I gotta put that into my building block too, my quick part. Yeah, I got you, dude. You're right. That'll fix it. She is a king's advisor. She is building a cult of sorts, telling people of the horrid things she's seen, and that if they help her, they will be seen as saints. A mafia takeover. Bollywog minions, or I'll riot. A Rakshasha with Bollywog minions. You're gonna have to make a convincing case for that, dude. She uses her servants to spread her word and recruit those who would like to join, slowly gathering an occult army of her own. A cult of frosted flakes. Nope. I think that makes sense. She controls the country through other kings she controls. Mind flayers that convince everyone. Okay, so I kind of like the idea that she's building a cult. I kind of like that idea. Her method. Whoops. Hey! So she is building a cult, telling people of what horrid things she's seen, and telling them if they help her, they will be seen as saints and saviors of the world. Okay, so yeah, a little cult following and stuff. Like, what types of things is she building a cult with then? Like, how is she doing this? What would it make sense for a Rakshasha to build as a cult? Because Rakshasas are pretty intelligent creatures. I'm pretty sure. She's trying to get her players out of the swamp. Okay, somebody has an fixation on swamps. Kuatoa minions, giant hyenas, human sacrifices, lower level priests and priestly assistants. Ooh, that's interesting. Kuatoa could be interesting, as she is using them to make a god that she could control. I kind of like the idea of taking over churches and other priests and priestly assistants. I kind of like that. She is building a cult she is building a cult composed of followers of different faiths and corrupting them. And we could say she is telling them. There we go. So then her minions are going to be like priests and paladins. Priests and paladins that she has corrupted or convinced to join her. And then these minions can be positioned throughout their respective holy orders and are, what do you want to call it? Secretly convincing others to join them. And so it turns into this thing where priests and paladins and their holy warders are just kind of like the rot and the corruption and the brainwashing or whatever is like spreading throughout their churches and stuff. And so that is going on. Okay? All right, cool. Let's run with that. And what is her like flaw, secret, or weakness? And what about her lair? So we still have some answers or some things here to answer. I feel like again we've kind of addressed the means. The means are the minions in this case. So I don't think we need that. All right, more ideas. Ooh, the cult name is the Tiger's Eye. Ooh, I like that. Bullywug War Camp. Somebody likes bullywugs. Paladins can detect fiends. I think they can. Yeah. Is a Rakshasa a fiend? Maybe she has a way to bypass that or something. I'm not sure. No, I kind of don't like the idea where I think it's overused where you have like, I don't know, whatever. Her lair is the catacombs and she uses simulacrums as emissaries or a spell rising. No! Guapo! Guapo wants attention. Her lair can be a giant cloud that is going to flood the world, so she protects it. But she is shy. Okay, I don't know. I'm picking one. Her flaw. She is shy speaking to large groups of people. So we're going to go with that. And her lair. We need like a lair. Where would she be found? Hates to be called weak. A cat meowing. Somewhere with a large population. She has to have. It has to be in like a large city or something. She can't be out in the boonies necessarily, because if she is spreading rot through a bunch of different churches and stuff. I think her lair would be in a city or something. Like a trading city underground, a wooden cabin. Yeah. She could be, yeah, it could be the catacombs under a great church. Sure. The catacombs. Underneath a large church in the city. Okay? It's a cat. Okay, what's the adventure idea then? Like, what's going on? We need an adventure idea. What are the players going to do? What are they tasked with doing? I mean, it seems kind of obvious to me to just stop her from doing what she's doing, but like maybe there are better ideas than that that you guys can come up with. Any idea? Yeah, it's like a Waterdeep style city. Absolutely, that's what I'm thinking for sure. Yeah, she's probably got a good setup inside the catacombs. I think so. Players get word that the church is slowly starting to get more aggressive to dissenters. Ah. Infiltrate the cult and find out the truth. That's interesting. Civilians being taken into the cults and going missing. Finding the missing civilians and stop the fiend. If the party has a paladin, maybe they're trying to recruit him or her. Maybe. That's a possibility. Absolutely. Uh-huh. I think... Yeah. So, we could say that, like, a leader in a church comes to the PCs with this problem. Some members of their church are getting overly, what was the person saying? Overly, like, aggressive or trying to recruit people. Yeah. Is getting overly aggressive to dissenters. And they believe a rot of some sort is creeping throughout their congregation. They want the PCs to investigate and find out and stop what is happening. Okay? It could be something like that. And then that kind of leads them down the path to, finding out this cult is going on with the Rakshasa and all that kind of stuff. All right, cool. Ephraim, hi. How you doing? What up, dude? But Qzar, what's up with bollywogs, man? You just got a thing for bollywogs. Yes, and Danny, we're going to use Danny's idea. If the party has a paladin, the cultists may be trying to recruit them. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's do that. I like it. We need a name. We need a name. Give us a name. Ravini? Okay, maybe. The Divine Oracle, Vashir Pythia. I like that. What if the party has a cleric? Yeah. If the party has a paladin or cleric... Yeah, there we go. The cults may be trying to recruit them. I kind of liked Ender Warlock's idea. The Divine Oracle, Veshra Pythia. That sounded pretty cool to me. Nice. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to another one. Insert quick parts. Villain template. There we go. Hold on, let me do something. This is annoying. This is annoying me. I gotta take all of these bolded stuff out of here, man. That one's okay. That one, is this bolded? That one's okay. That one's got to be unbolded. That one's okay. So I think I got them all. I think I fixed the bolding problem, and now I'm gonna redefine this thing. Oops, that's the wrong one. And it's got to be, whoops, woo-wee, villain, template. Yes. Okay, cool. I think I fixed that. All right. Yes, well done, Luke. Your quest continues. Yes, I just gained a level from having fixed all that crap. Danny is like laughing at me. How many times has Luke fixed the template? It is an iterative design, okay? We are iteratively designing our template. It's going to get better, okay? I need to go use the bathroom. So we're gonna take a brief intermission break while Luke goes. I need a bio break, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna put the cat cam up. There's nothing on the cat cam. No, we're gonna go to the intermission screen. Let me get some music going for you. Let me get some music going, and then I need to go take a break here, and then we'll get back to this. I'll be back momentarily. All right, we have some craziness going on with Bullywugs. Somebody is like fixated on Bullywugs. So we're gonna do something with Bullywugs. Yeah. So there were a few of you that were like going nuts with Bullywugs. So you got what you wanted. We're gonna do some Bullywugs. Where's the screen? There's the screen. Kim, yes, you made it in time. We are gonna be here for another hour or so. So you are you are on time. Enough. All right. So the creature, we're gonna say the creature is a Bullywug king. A Bullywug king. And I don't know what alignment are Bullywugs. I don't know. I think they're like neutral or something. They don't have to be evil. A Bullywug Mafia. Oh yeah, let's say it's a just a Bullywug. It could be like a Bullywug Mafia crime lord. He's a king because he's a big boy. Yes, absolutely. Neutral good. I don't think they're good. Let's just say it's just neutral. Just neutral. It might be neutral evil or something. Okay, so I'm thinking something in a swamp or something, but like, what's the bullywug doing? Like, what's the bad thing that he's up to? Yeah. What's he doing that's bad and evil in the world? What's his motivation? What is he trying to accomplish? What is his goal in life? We're just gonna make him. Let's make him true neutral. Let's make him true neutral. He is a big fat bullywug, expanding the swamp, terrorizing the nearby cities. He is stealing the cats and frogs, selling drugs. Let's go. It's no idea. I want something. What is he going to be doing in the swamp? What is he up to? Oh, there we go. Harnessing the dark power of a temple deep in his swamp. Okay, got it. Why? Why is he doing that? So Martin, why is he, and anybody else, why is he doing that? What's his goal? Because that's like a method. That's the method. He is harnessing the dark power of a temple deep in his swamp. Why? What is he trying to accomplish by doing that? A bullywug. A bullywug is kind of like a, well, let's pull it up real quick. Stand by. I'll pull up a bullywug for you guys, and we'll take a quick look at the bullywug, so we're all on the same page. Stand by.
Stand by. I wasn't planning on pulling this up and showing this to you, so now I have to find it. Where is this?
Woo! Wee! Where's the bullywug? Bullywug. Where's the bully? There it is. This is a bullywug. They are neutral evil. So it's like a frog-like creature, right? That's pretty much what it is. He's selling merch of the Dark Temple. Hey, Fakusala! Welcome to the stream. Greetings back to Argentina, man. They are cute. Yeah, they're cute. They'll stab you in the face, though. He wants to expand his kingdom, using the power of the temple to expand the size of the swamp. It's threatening farmland and villages now. I like it. Melkor, that's a great idea. Let's run with that. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Excellent. And bullywugs, I think bullywugs are usually motivated by food. Like, they just want to eat. Yeah, they're always hungry and thoroughly evil. Bullywugs overwhelm. Yeah, so like a bullywug's motivation. So we're gonna say it's neutral evil. Wants to expand his kingdom in order to have more food sources. Yeah, cool. Because they just want to eat. They're motivated by hunger and just stuff like that. All right, so he is harnessing the dark power of a temple deep in his swamp. Excellent. What kind of minions? I mean, obviously there are going to be bullywugs. I feel like, but what else? What else? What other creatures would be working with him? Especially considering that he's harnessing the power of a temple in his swamp. Like, what could be going on there? Oh, dragonflies? Like giant dragonflies? Natalie Spain, you're stuck on magic drugs? Why? What? Woo! He has a rivalry with an alligator king. Oh. That could be a secret. Jolly Cotton. That's a good idea. They might, if the players find out about that, they might be able to get that alligator king to work with them or something. More swamp equals more food. Yes. All the food in the land goes to the Bullywug King. All hail King Wug. King Wug. Kuatoa. It could be Kuatoa. Sawagan. A hag. Grung. Grung. Yes. Yeah, that's a great idea. Grung. let's use grung. Bullywugs and a nearby tribe of grung. Cool. I like it. The grung are like a frog-like creature as well, from Volo's Guide to Monsters, I believe. Lizard folk, okay, they could be helping him too. Okay, cool. Trained crocodiles. Ooh, that's an idea. Bullywugs. Trained crocodiles. And a nearby tribe of grung. Cool. How is he doing? So he, what is the dark power of that temple allowing him to do? So, he is harnessing the dark power of a temple deep in his swamp to flood the lands surrounding the swamp. There you go. Excellent. And I feel like we don't do the means. I think we've kind of already addressed that. His lair is, so we need to think of two things now. We need to brainstorm two things. The lair, where are they going to encounter him? Now we know swamp. But let's think of something cool and unique to this swamp as well. So something cool about this swamp. And then an adventure idea. Like, we kind of know what the problem is here, but like, how do the players find out about this and how do they start going on this adventure? So we need to flesh out those two things. And I'm going to do something. I forgot about one little thing here that I need to do. And then we'll get back to that. I have one of my patrons. So like one of the rewards or perks or benefits my patrons get is they get to choose certain elements that we do in our live streams. And one of my patrons had a specific request for villain creation. So he wanted to have standby. I just want to make sure we're going to do this tonight. He had a couple things he wanted us to do, and so I wanted to go grab those ideas for our next villain. And I have those now. So let's go back to this. All right. Levitating lily pads. Ooh, that's interesting. Encroaching hostile swamp life would be attention-getting. Absolutely. Ooh, an underwater cave that leads to a glowing cave of minerals surrounding the temple. Yes, I like it. So that could be the lair. Excellent. Food shortages and refugees in major cities signal the PCs to the problem. Okay. And then probably somebody asked them, yeah. And then we could say that, like, you know, local leaders are offering a reward to anyone who helps solve the swamp problem increasing in size. Yeah. It could be something like that. It could be something simple like that. Unless somebody has something better. I mean, farmers are complaining about floods. Yeah, absolutely. Farmers are complaining about flooding. Yep, that could be a thing. Someone who just managed to get away from the swamps tells the players of the horrors they have seen. Yeah. King Wug needs a throne. All right, I think we just named him King Wug. All right, thank you, Danny. King Wug. Wubba Lubba. Ooh, the bullywug doesn't care about the gems. Too many mosquitoes in the swamp, all under the control of the bullywug. Nice. Lord, okay. All right, cool. So I think we're good on this one. I think that's probably fairly okay for King Wug. All right, I like it. Let's move on to something else. Let me put my template in here. I think we have we have finished messing around with our villain template for today. Now I need to delete that one. No! Quiet! So, the name is going to be Dandashi, because that is what my patron wanted us to do. And then the profession is a pirate. But that's it. Anything else is up for us to decide. But those were the two parameters that my patron Swift requested. And so there we go. The cat wants to be a villain. Absolutely. What? Come here, Guapo. What's wrong? Guapo. Come here, Guapo. This guy is going nuts on me. Oh my gosh, here he is. He's rolling on the ground. Guapo. Come here. Guapo. Oh, it's a baby. I'm just gonna put him right up here. All right, there we go. We're just gonna get him right here. All right, so let's get some ideas for, yeah, just put your butt right in the camera. Good job. That's exactly what everybody on the live stream wants to see. What the heck? Guapo, this is gonna get us demonetized. Yep, there you go. There you go. Okay. It is a kitty. Female tabaxi, a tabaxi pirate, non-alcoholic mixologist. What would Dandashi want with King Wug? What can he pilfer? Oh, interesting. I've played D&D since high school, and I've never met a pirate. All right, lots of people keep saying tabaxi. Yeah, a lot of pirates. I know. We got lots of pirates going on. This will be the last pirate we make in the stream. I promise. We'll make it a tabaxi though, because people have been saying tabaxi for some time, and I keep on ignoring them. So we'll do it. We'll do it this time. Ooh, that's interesting. All right. So what is this pirate doing in the game world? What's their motivation? It could be interesting to have them, like Kim is almost suggesting that this pirate has something to do with King Wug. Like there's something going on here. But what ideas do we have for this tabaxi pirate? Trying to track down a magic weapon she believes she is entitled to. Okay, possibility. No more pirates. This is the last pirate. It's only 2 pirates. Yeah. But that's... Well, hold on a second. What is going on here? Why does it not show my heading styles? No way. Why is it not showing my heading styles? How many have we created? I mean, we've created, like, we're on our 5th villain, and, like, 2 are pirates, so yeah. That's a high proportion. It's not taking boxes from everybody. Kidnapping children. Okay, I'm looking through ideas. We need to have something that this pirate is doing. Wants to kill all humans after human pirates killed her colony in a skull cove. A powerful sword mage who has an ancient magic that can cure all diseases. The villain is studying it to try to release a very deadly plague that will put everyone under his control. I'm not sure that makes sense for a tabaxi pirate. Alright, I'm still not really finding something this pirate can do. What the motivation is. Like, what is this pirate trying to do in this game world? Wants the power of the temple for herself. Okay. I mean, sure. Alright, let's do that. Motivation. Why do you want the power of that temple for yourself? I'm not getting it. I'm not feeling it for this villain. Like I don't like, you know? What is this? Trying to attain the technology for her ship to travel on land or desert. I don't know, man. I'm not getting it. I'm not feeling it. Worships a kraken like a god. Get to the plane of water. But what is this pirate trying to do? A villain has to have like something in the game world. You know, there's got to be some motivation, something that they're trying to do. Tabaxi don't like water. that makes for a rough pirate, doesn't it? They want to exterminate all of a specific race because they have a personal vendetta. That's a possibility. Was a former slave and wants to wipe out slavery but is taking it too far. Maybe. Wants to use the temple to make the whole world an ocean. The pirate wants to gain control of all catnip. I don't know. Try to flood the world or something. She knows the true power that can come from within the temple and wants to wake it up. Impress or crush. Ender Warlock is like, I have no ideas. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm getting kind of stuck on this villain. I don't know. Steal cargo, get booty. There we go. That's it. I'm not feeling super inspired on this villain, to be perfectly honest with you. We're just gonna get it done, and we're gonna move on to something else. I feel like this one is kind of falling. Like we have nothing. It's a stupid pirate crap. All right, what's the method? What's the method for stealing cargo and getting booty? I don't know. We're just gonna get this one done as quickly as we can, and then move on to something else. Steal cargo and get booty. We'll say she wants to turn her seagoing ship into an airship and needs money to hire wizards to do that. I don't know. I don't think that's I don't know. I just want to get this one done. I'm like, can we just finish this villain and move on to something else? Ender Warlock says, sorry whoever suggested this character idea. I know. I'm not feeling this one. Method. Yeah. Raiding coastal villages and attacking merchant vessels. Means. Okay, minions. What kind of minions does this Tabaxi pirate? Here, we might be able to do this one. What minions does this Tabaxi pirate have going with her? All right, well, Melkor will make her awesome for us. Because I'm not feeling it. Murlocs. Giant rats. The crew is mostly werewolves. What about were-tigers or something? Minions are pirates, hobgoblins, other tabaxis, and a manicore. Well, I didn't see it, Melkor. That's the thing when I got like tons of people in the chat. I don't see everything. A pet kraken? Were-tigers? Okay, were-tabaxis? Mouse folk? All right, let's go with I don't know, were-tigers. Whatever. Were-tigers, sure. Were-cheetahs? All right, flaw, secret weakness, I don't know, whatever. She has a ship. Yeah, we're just moving on. Sea lions? Yeah, Luke could not care less about. I don't care. I don't care about this villain. I want to get this villain done, and I want to move on to the next villain. The flaw is vanity. Okay, sure. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I want to put a fork in it. What's the adventure idea? Some generic NPC quest giver asks the heroes to stop the pirate that is raiding villages and merchant vessels. Okay, there, done. Next. We're over. Over and out. Over and out. Give me something else. Give me a new villain. Stupid villain. Ah! Get this thing out of here. All right, new requirement. New requirement for a villain. Yeah. New requirement for a villain. If you have an idea for a villain, you must have the motivation included in it. Don't like if you say like, you know, I don't know, a werebear. I want to know what the villain's motivation is. I need to know what the thing the villain is trying to do in the game world. And there are no more pirates. Pirates have been outlawed. No more pirates. We will not do a pirate. A giant raider. Ah, he's like, dude, let's do a giant. This is me with all of my NPCs. Yeah. Well, NPCs aren't that. NPCs are fine. Okay. Okay, penguin butt. The villain is a pissed off nature spirit that wants to irradiate all humanoids because they disrespected her lands and harmed animals and plants senselessly. Okay. Got it. I like it. Danny, that's a good idea too. The vampire. I like that one. I like the Vampire King idea. Okay. So, I like the Vampire King idea, searching for a cure. A dragon trying to become a Dracolich. That's a great idea too, Rainier. So when we get to our next villain, like, suggest those ideas again. I kind of like the idea. I like the idea of the evil Woodwode trying to convert people into a Woodwode to start a colony too. Those are cool ideas as well. That's the type of thing that I'm looking for. You know what I mean? Like, that last villain was just like bleh. Okay, so what is a nature spirit? What kind of nature spirit? Like, give me a creature now. Something that kind of falls into that category. Some sort of fae or something like that. What would it be? What would it be? A dryad. It could be a dryad. Yeah. Okay, I see lots of dryads. So this is going to be a dryad. Great. Dryad. I think dryads are like neutral good or something. I'm just spitballing here. I don't know. Neutral good? Could work. All right. And we're going to say wants to... yeah. And we can say that a human, like, grievously wounded her tree. Something like that. Okay, cool. Groot. Groot. Nice. Dryads go mad when their tree is destroyed. Okay. A human destroyed her tree, driving her mad. Now she wants them all destroyed. She wants all humans destroyed. Okay, cool. All right, we got some ideas for the motivation. Got it. Awesome. How is she going about doing it? What is her method? And what kinds of minions does she have? All right, we need some ideas there. Shambling mound, awakened trees. Great. Those are good ideas. Shambling mound, awakened trees. Cool. What else we got going on? Blights. You could use blights. The only thing with blights is that blights are kind of like evil, corrupted parts of the forest. And I don't know that a dryad who is good, who wants to like save the forest, is going to be using blights. So I don't think thematically that works so much. Yes, satyrs, good. I like it. Pixies, sprites. We're just listing all of the fae in the monster manual, okay? Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Martin. Blight could work if she has gone insane. Yeah, I agree. That's true. Okay, cool. Let's call it a day. We got a lot of minions here. What's her method? Is she just having her minions attack people in nearby villages? Like, what is she doing? All of the minions are all of the fae. Yeah. What is she doing? I think, is she just attacking people? Is that all she's doing? Irradiating all of the humans? All out war? It could just be all out war. Yeah, okay, sure. Using her minions to attack and destroy nearby humanoid settlements. It could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be super complicated. Poisoning the water supplies. Sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think her host tree was destroyed. I think they killed her tree and now she's mad or something. But I'm not like super up to date on the specifics of how dryads work and all that kind of stuff. Oh yes, overgrowing the remnants with nature. Yeah, that's good. Destroying nearby human settlements and overgrowing the ruins with like, nature. Yeah. Cool. Wouldn't poisoning the water kill her plants? That's a good point. Let's just take that one off. Uses the cadavers for fertilizers. Oh, yes. This fertilizer for her plants. Yes. Nice. That's a great idea. Lauren says certain poisons may be beneficial. It could be. It could be. All right. Awesome. I like it. Aaron gets it, says Nostalgium. Cadavers for fertilizer. That's awesome. You see, now this is a much more interesting villain than our stupid pirate. I feel a lot better about this one. So I don't think we need the means anymore. I think the minions are kind of the means. What about a flaw or a secret or a weakness? Can we get a good weakness for this villain? Something like that. Maybe a good weakness. How about something like that? That's true, Rainer. Just because things are toxic to people, it doesn't mean they're toxic to plants. That's true. I agree. Wait, maybe she's a pirate. No. You're going to get yourself banned. Nostalgium with like ideas like that. Okay, Danny says small towns near a particular forest are being targeted by an unknown source and are later found to be overgrown by vines and other flora. Okay, cool. So that's the adventure idea. So we're saying small towns near a particular forest are being targeted, are being attacked. Were attacked by an unknown source and are later found to be overgrown by vines and other flora. So then we could say like towns that haven't been attacked reach out are requesting aid from adventurers to find out what's going on and put a stop to it. Okay. Could be something as simple as that. Ooh. The flaw or weakness could be mad and prone to outbursts, easily enraged. Okay, I like that idea. Dang it. My thing keeps moving. What's her lair? What does her lair look like? Can we get a cool lair for her to be encountered in? Like if they track her down and they're going to fight her and stuff, what could her lair look like? Ooh, a garden of yellow musk and living vines. Oh, we're going to use that one. Nehul, I probably can't pronounce your name very well, but that was a good idea. I like that. Bam. I don't know what yellow musk is, but ooh, wee! Somebody will figure that out. Might not be me. Flaw. Danny says the flaw is that she realized she just killed her own plants with her plan to poison the water source. Oh, that's funny. Ooh, weakness. The area of the forest she could control is limited and is growing out of her control. Ooh, I like that. That's interesting. All right, cool. All right, I think we got some really good ideas here. How about a name? Let's do a name for her. If there's a forest fire, that would be bad. That would be really bad. We need a name. A name for her. A name. A flower monster. Ivy. Sylvana. Serosa. Yellow musk are plants that grow out of corpses above ground. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Nice. I am not a druid. I don't know about these things. Farana Gestel. Hestla the Grievous. Flora, the Autumn Queen. Gloomthorn. Oh, I like that one. Nostalgium, you won. We're going to use that one. Madame Mothra. That's like a Godzilla name. Gloomthorn. Yeah. And that's like, that could be like her new name that she took on. All right, cool. That is such a much better villain and idea than our dumb pirate. I'm going to remember that pirate forever. Like, I'll be like, in future streams, I'll be like, you remember that stupid pirate villain that we created? That like... All right, another villain. Let's do it. So give me an idea for a villain. It needs to include the motivation. What bad thing the villain is trying to do in the game world. It's got to include the motivation. Some people had some ideas for villains too before that were interesting. Let's see, pick one. A dragon trying to become a Dracolich with the aid of the dragon cult. That's like an end level villain. That's like an in-game villain. Interesting. So the Vampire King searching for a cure for vampirism. I kind of like that idea as a villain because it's a noble motivation, but that Vampire King is probably doing something evil to like get there. So let's do that one. Let's do that one first. Oh, I gotta get my template here. Insert quick parts, villain template. All right. So we're gonna say it's a vampire lord. I don't know. What's the alignment of this vampire lord? It's if the motivation is to find a cure for vampirism. Okay, sweet. What kind of minions would he have working for him? And how is he going about finding this cure? And it has to be a way that's creating conflict in the game world too. It needs to create conflict because there needs to be a reason for the players to like oppose him or try to stop him or maybe find that cure in a way that doesn't involve doing evil, wicked things. I feel like lawful probably won't work. I almost want to say like, you know, like chaotic neutral or something. You know? Like it's not, it wants to be cured, so it's not maybe perfectly evil, but like let's do something like that. Ooh, he's kidnapping scientists and alchemists to try to get them to make a cure. That might work, yeah. Morbid nuns trying to help him resist his craving for blood. Interesting, okay. Werebats, lesser vampires, undead. Yeah, I mean, those are all... Oh, that's interesting. He needs other vampires to experiment on. All right. So we're going to go with this one. So the method. He is kidnapping scientists and alchemists to try to get them to make a cure. He's also seeking out other vampires that his alchemists can experiment on. Okay, cool. Excellent. What are anything else here? So he's kidnapping people, he's trying to find a cure. He has minions that are helping him do this. That's kind of the means. So I think that we're mostly deleting the means every single time because minions really answers the questions of how he has the ability to do these things. All right, cool. Any other ideas around here? Let me see. Flaw or secret? He has a family which lives with him as vampires as well, but he locked them up and is keeping them locked up until he finds the cure. Oh, okay, cool. I like it. Let's put that there. But he locked them up and is keeping them locked up until he finds the cure. Cool. I like it. Other information to flesh this guy out. His lair. Where is his lair? And then we need an adventure idea. You know, like how do the players learn about what's going on and how are they hooked into going and taking care of this thing? All right. Flesh golem minions. Sure, you could have some flesh golems in there. Flesh golems. His experiments tend to kill people, so he has to have a constant supply of new vampires. That's true, and he's creating them. He's creating them himself. Which he often creates himself through people his minions capture for that purpose. All right, so he's doing lots of evil things. He's creating new vampires so he can experiment on them. All right, that works. Nice, I like it. What else we got going on? Some more ideas here. How did he become a vampire? I don't know. I have no idea, Cosmo. An abandoned city overcome by leprosy is his lair. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, sure. Let's do that. Let's do that. This is the lair. Cool. All right, what about the adventure idea? Killing someone, cursing them with vampirism only to kill them again. That's pretty sick, but also really cool. Yeah. Adventure. Word around town is people are going missing, rumors arise, animals are found with odd wounds, and people are seeing things in the night. Some claim vampires are the source. Okay, cool. I like it. I'm just gonna copy paste that. Danny. Like it. Bam. All right. Cool. Let's do another villain. We are. Why? My heading levels are not working. Oh, we got a name. We got to do a name, you guys. A name. Yeah, he needs to have a name. We need to have a name. What is this guy's name? We need a name. Okay, Aaron, we'll do your Woodwode colony next. All right? We'll do your Woodwode colony. It's not Strahd. It's got to be someone. Lord Nerilados Van Striker. Darkalu? He has to be a count, okay? Count Venrar, Count Crimson, Count something. I like Count. Let's do Count. I need a cool thing. Count something. Give me something cool. Count Hector, Gromlin, Adronius, Argus. I'm gonna go with this word up here. Count Benefit. Count Nerliados. I don't know. I'm just picking something. Plumdor. Count Bob. Count my fingers. Excellent. Okay, that's done. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 we've done so far. We're doing really well. Like, we might get 10. We might actually get 10 of these done. That would be really cool. Insert, quick part, villain template. You know what's wrong with our villain template? Like, this right here needs to be heading level 1. So we're updating our template again. And this might be the last time we update the template. Save this. Whoops. D&D template. Villain template. Yes. Okay. All right. There. Yes, it's much better than the time we made traps. That time we made traps, we got like what, 4 traps done? We didn't get much done at all. Yeah, we were on fire, Aaron, for sure. Count Lucius. I picked your name. Yay! This stream should be called How to Make Good Templates. Maybe that is a possibility. That is a total possibilities. Yeah, we are definitely, Danny. We are definitely going to pretend that Pirate Cat didn't happen. I might delete that later. Okay, Woodwode. Yeah, we're doing Woodwode. What was that idea again? You had something, Aaron. Can you copy paste your idea for Woodwodes again? You had it written up somewhere, like before, and I just really want you to copy paste it so that I can just copy paste it myself. And then we're gonna do that one. Otro argentino. Sí, la gente de Argentina está aquí en la casa hoy. Vamos a ganar. Luke, we need to be taught how to make templates for all things D&D. Can that be live at some point? Maybe. Okay, here we go. A Woodwode turning kids into Woodwode to start a colony of Wodes. Okay. Turning children into Woodwode to start a colony of Wodes. All right, that's great. Excellent. Cool. A Woodwode. Is that in? I feel like that's in Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. Is that where Woodwode is? Let's find this. We need to pull this up real quick so people know what these are. Come on, open. You piece of junk. I don't want to change the name. I want you to open. Thank you. All right. Where's Woodwode? I swear, where is Woodwode? Where is it? You guys, where is Woodwode found? Is it Volo's? Okay. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Volo's Guide to Monsters. This thing sucks so bad. All right, Woodwode. I swear I saw Woodwode. There it is. There it is. So this is a Woodwode. It's like a little tree creature. basically. Oh, it's like a CR5. For some reason I thought wood was like a higher CR. But yeah, it's a CR5 creature. It's pretty cool. I need to use one of these in my game. I need to use a wood in my games. I've never used one of these, and these things are really cool. Mental note. I'm actually writing this down. Wood. I gotta make that happen. Okay, so we have a basic adventure idea here for our woodwodes. Name him Groot. I don't know, Danny. That's a tough order right there. What we are going to do is I have drunk lots of coffee today, which has biological consequences. And so I need to go take a bio. So I'm going to cue up the music and we're going to throw the intermission screen on and I'm going to go bio. Because, yeah, drinking too much coffee is a thing. Sorry. All right, I'm calling in the cat convention. Turn the music off. I got Squeaky here. We have food. Food. I want to see how many I can get to come over here. I got Squeaky over here. And here comes Guapo. So Guapo is coming down. Squeaky sat down and looks like a circle. He is, man. All right. So they're chilling there. We're doing a woodwode. Tangleroot. Oh, that's interesting. Coffee's gone. Oh, my coffee's gone. Okay, so let's see. Martin said the method he has found a blade that when it strikes others can turn them into woodwodes under the wielder's command. They do this to try to protect the forest against an invasion of blights. Oh! Yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that. All right. So that is like the method. So a woodwode turning children into woodwodes to start a colony of wodes to protect the forest against an invasion of blights. Nice. Cool. So we have a motivation. We have a method. I think it would be a club. It could be he has found a club. A wooden club blessed by a nature deity. Whoever that might be. Okay, cool. There we go. So he's like, bam, you're woodwode. I think all my cats are... I got the cat cam's like pointed down too much. There we go. There you go. Get a good look at these chonkers as they're eating all the food that I just threw on the ground. We should probably go back to the sheet here so you guys can see. So, okay, that's the method. So we have the motivation. We have the method. Who are the minions? What kind of minions does it have? Ooh, the lair is a hole under a Gileas tree. Well, that's where the blights would maybe be coming from. But I don't know that the woodwode would be living there. Yeah, we got the document now, random twin. I was showing you the cats for a little bit, but we're back now. But sometimes I forget, so... Vegepimes. Okay, we can do those. I'm not super familiar with those, but I think I have seen them a little bit in one of the books. Obviously there are woodwodes that he's created with his club. Oh man. Okay, Danny says, just because you've made fun of me always having side characters, he has termites and is slowly being eaten away. And he's making more woodwodes to care for the forest when he dies. Oh my goodness. Okay. I saw you at the beginning of the stream too, where you were like, no sad characters, no sad characters, no sad characters. That's going to be his like flaw or weakness or secret or something. All right, cool. Woodwodlings. Bowguns. I don't even know what a bowgun is. Kenkus that the villain feeds in exchange to protect his lair. Well, that's interesting. Mind-controlled druids. Well, that was cool. I put it in. I don't mind it. I don't mind a little bit of sadness and stuff like that. It's okay. Just like not everything, you know. Animated acorns. Sentient man-eating plants. That's like, yeah. That could be like awakened. Sentient man-eating plants or something. Could be. Awakened. Sentient man-eating plants. Vegetable pygmy. Okay? Vegetable pygmy. Oh, man. What if he hits a player? Maybe make the club only work on children as their souls are easily... It could be. And there could also be a saving throw. There's probably going to be a saving throw. And it might be pretty low, which would make the players be able to like save against it pretty easily. All right, so we need, what do you want to call it? A lair idea, and we need an adventure idea too. I gotta turn my fan off. Ooh, Squirty Pie is on the camera. Squirty Pie. There's Squirty Pie. We need a lair and an adventure idea. Yeah, what if the player fails the save? I know, that could be really horrible. I like it. A lair and an adventure idea. Druids have been wild shape as forest animals for so long they just stay that way. So many, yeah. Oh, Squeaky. Look at him. That's inappropriate for a live stream, Squeaky. That's so inappropriate. Wow. I'm gonna have to change it. Change it. Can't watch that. His lair could be in a massive tree grown huge by his own life energy. Okay, we'll go with that. I'm just... Copy paste that. Right there. Bam. Cool. All right, and then the adventure idea. What is the adventure idea? What's the treehouse idea? Epic series of treehouse like... Whoops. Melkor, you're totally right. Cats never know when cocking the leg is inappropriate. I know. They're just like, woo, going to town. I'm like, whoa, what's going on there? Epic series of treehouse-like structures connected by many crossing rope wood bridges high above the forest floor. Elf children from a forest village are being kidnapped by unknown forces. The adults in the village think it's dryads. And it's not, right? It's woodwoads, yeah. Okay, I like it. We'll go with that. Yep. Cool. So let's say elven children from a forest village are being kidnapped by unknown forces. The adults in the village think it's dryads and enlist the PCs to find out what's happening and put a stop to it. I think that's like the adventure hook that we have for like everything. It's like, find out what's going on and put a stop to it. Which is not bad or wrong. It's kind of a thing, I guess. But, all right, cool. Oh, don't worry about the spelling, man. I can fix that stuff. Sometimes. Sometimes I just leave it. Like, there's a lot of leprosy. We didn't change that spelling. There we go. Fixed. All right. How many villains have we done? Oh, we gotta name it. We gotta name this villain. What's the name?
What's the name of the villain?
What's the name? That could lead into the Dryad things. Yeah, it could, Penguin Butt. Borlorg. Arbor. Tired. Tangleroot. Wallymerk. Label this creature and alignment. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I kind of like Tangleroot. Tangleroot sounds good to me. It's almost like a name that, like, I forget there's a name for it. But the name itself is indicative of, like, the person's personality. Like, you imagine tangled roots. And so, like, there's this, like, inner, like, tangled, rooty part of him. Okay, next. Woodwode. Whoops. Woodwode. And Woodwodes, what did we say Woodwodes are? They're lawful neutral. Whoops. Where is this? There we go. Lawful neutral. Bam. All right, cool. Are we done? Is that it? I think that's everything. Yay! How many did we get done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 done. That's pretty dang good. And Fred arrives just as we're about to end the live stream. Welcome, Fred. Good to see you. Hey, we got 8 done. That's pretty good. I think the last time we did villains, we got 7 or something done. So, yeah, it's pretty good. No, I think that's it. We got like 5 minutes or something to go. So, let's just do an encore of ideas. Let's just do, like, we're not going to flesh these out, but just throw ideas you got down. I'm just going to copy paste in here. Encore of ideas. And we're just going to throw a bunch of different ideas here. We're not going to flesh anything out. We're just going to make a listing of them. That's it. All right, here we go. Bam. We're throwing that one there. A celestial being is seeking to rid the world of evil, but classifying all evil, okay? A human who worships mind flayers and wants to assist them so he can eventually become one. Okay, cool. I like it. Emotron that disobeyed order and is going around killing people. Awesome. I don't know what an Emotron is, but spend the last 5 minutes deleting the pirate cat. Yeah, Melkor, paste it, and we're going to put it in the encore. How much wood woe? What was that? How much wood woe? How much wood would a wood woe? A moron. Da 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 da. A colony of large red ants is expanding out of control. Not a single villain as such, but the queen of the colony can be destroyed to stop the expansion since she lays all the eggs. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. We'll put that in our encore of ideas. A spider queen wants to rule the surface world because they were pushed underground. And a bad guy that turns into a giant werebear once a month. Yep, you could have that. Modron. Okay. We were talking about a Modron. Alright, cool. Ooh. A cleric that wants fame and is creating a plague that only they can cure. After a night of drinking at the tavern, the party wakes up as kobolds. Ooh. Like, what did they drink? What happened? A corrupt noble is abusing his power and trying to gain more land that happens to be settled by druids. Okay, sweet. Wow, there's a lot. I'm not gonna be able to get all of these. Kobold sorcerer who aims to release Tiamat from her brimstone prison by collecting and using 5 chromatic keys in the hopes of being blessed and transformed into a dragon. Okay, sure. Let's do that one. All right, I'm gonna pick one more, and then we're packing it in. Okay. A guy named Luke with a bunch of evil cat minions. Okay. Oh. A serial killer who has been taking out important figures of a city. They're actually the ruling lord and wishes to kill anyone who opposes them. Okay. I like it. Just gotta fix the comma splice. Ah. All right. We're done. This is it. So we got 8 villains, really well fleshed out, I feel, except for the stupid pirate that was an utter failure. But we're just gonna pretend that never happened, and we're gonna move on with our lives. Because yeah, that's the way it works. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So all of these things are going to be available for download. I usually get that squared away Saturday morning, like tomorrow after I sleep and get back up again. And then these will be all available for download for you all. So there you go. And yeah, and we'll be doing something again next week. We'll be creating some ideas and stuff. It won't be villains again. We'll do something different. But yeah, that's it. And I'm going to go get some food. And yeah, 7 of them are really well fleshed out, and 1 disappointment that we don't talk about. Yeah, we don't talk about that pirate. We do not talk about that pirate. So, thank you, everybody. That was fun. We're going to see you a week from now. Yeah, subscribe if you haven't already. Click the like button and ring the bell to be notified when new videos come out. I hate that crap. What was I gonna say? I might do these lunch streams as well. I did that this last week. I did like a surprise stream during lunch. I might do that again. So yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here. Thank you for joining the DM Lair tonight for this live stream. It's been fun.